What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And it is Friday, August 8th, 2025. I'm here at the Polderbaan, and because we were experiencing some buffering issues yesterday when I was standing a bit further to the south because it became very busy at a certain time, I'm now standing north of the pipes for the first time. New environment for me here. The visibility to the Polderbaan itself is not that much better, but I am hoping it'll be a bit more calm over here if the weather continues to improve and if it maybe gets as sunny and as busy again as it did yesterday. The scale of chimney smoke visible, a bit better. Wind is blowing from the west mostly. Milder wind than yesterday. Runway use the same as yesterday. And of course, as you could already see in the title, a few interesting airplanes underway. Turkish flight 1951 and A350 just now landed. And this is Qatar flight 8201 arriving from Doha. That's a 777 freighter, the Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Mike. In the meantime, good morning to everybody who has joined. Marja, goedenavond. Wolfgang, good morning, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Flores, Boreas, Bill J also already in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Deloar, Hans, Bobbers, Mika, Roy, Jip, Martin, Wouter, goedemorgen, good morning. Nienke, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Drew, good morning. Stefan, goedemorgen, good morning. As I was setting up, an Atlas Air 747 already landed just now. That's luckily not the only 747 we are expecting today. 4 747s underway. The A380 Retro Transavia will depart again later to the Netherlands. I think it arrived at Malaga or something. Should be arriving around noon. Oh, that's the backdrop where I test the custom widgets. Stream elements. The weather, 11 knots of wind, 270 degrees, as you can also see in the meter. In other words, the wind is purely crosswind. The Atlas Air that landed a couple of minutes ago. Underway is Cathay Pacific Cargo, arriving from Dubai. We have Cargo Air ACT coming in from Dubai. Saudi is underway from Jeddah. Of course, the A380, well past 1 o'clock, so going to the center runway. Orange Pride is expected. And we also have an Atlas Air that is now expected around 1:45. And here we have Retro Transavia already has taken off. Oh, Faro it was, Faro in the south of Portugal. So that is expected around noon. If all's well, we should be seeing it land right here. The meter is indicating 20 degrees C, scattered clouds, few clouds at 1300 and 2000 feet respectively. Wind is blowing from the west. So there's not a lot of wind, but the wind is blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading. That means that every bit of wind is crosswind. That is why this Delta A330 is crabbing somewhat. There are 2 Delta A330s coming this way. And where is the second one? I think maybe the clouds are in the way a little. Delta Airlines Flight 56 should be behind it, an A330neo. But here in the foreground we have Delta Airlines Flight 236 arriving from Tampa, Florida. That's an A330-300. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. Clouds, good morning. Doug the Bug, good morning. Jay Builder, good morning. Jeroen, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Martien, goedemorgen. Good morning, everybody. So yeah, a bit further to the north. Not because visibility over here is better, but I hope it'll make for a more stable connection. It is school vacation time here in the Netherlands, and that means that when the weather is decent, a lot of people will come out to the Polderbaan. We noticed that yesterday on a few occasions, or at least you guys did. Because on my end, each time you guys reported buffering in the chat, nothing was wrong on my end. Everything seemed to be running smoothly. So that's not to say that you guys weren't experiencing buffering, but there was nothing that I could see. It probably has to do with a lot of people in an area where there aren't a lot of cell phone masts, and that means that whenever a lot of people congregate, all their cell phones will have to connect to the same masts. That will probably make the network a bit more cramped. I don't know, it's just speculation on my end. Could also be just randomness. Either way, I'm hoping by standing a bit further to the north today that the connection will not buffer. Good morning to all who have joined. Tina, goedemorgen. Roy, goedemorgen. Marcel, goedemorgen. Yip has to go. See you later, Yip. Enjoy your day. This is Delta Airlines Flight 56. Arriving from Salt Lake City in Utah. 9 hours and 2 minutes on the way. It's the November 425 Delta X-Ray. Flight time 9 hours and 2 minutes. The airplane a year old. First flight was in October 2023. So in a few months it'll turn 2. Or at least its career as a professional airplane will turn 2. Now you'd think standing further to the north, really a couple of 100 meters further from where I normally would be standing, you would be standing all alone. That's not true. There are people over here as well. The guy walking over there was sitting on the bench over there. So there's only, I think, 2 or 3 benches over the entire length of the northern Polderbaan runway. And this is one of them. Another field here. I'm not sure what they're growing in here, if that's potatoes or something else. Cannot see if the plants grow on ridges. If they were growing on ridges, it would be easy. I would say these are potatoes. I think what we're seeing in the field over there, that's corn, right? Yeah, that looks like corn, but no corn cobs. They call them cobs, right? No corn on the plants yet. Not sure when that is supposed to happen, but there you go. Matt, goedemorgen. Niels, goedemorgen, good morning. Thomasuna, good morning. Senna, good morning. Pete, goedemorgen. Ilona, goedemorgen. Melvin, good morning. Ali, good morning, welcome back. Adriaan, goedemorgen. STE Parker, good morning. Dreamliner time, Air Europa, flight 1091, arriving from Madrid. Alright. Is today going to be one of those days where the wide-body pilots are entering into a wheelie competition? That would be something, wouldn't it? Roy is asking about the specials for today. Let me show you after the next landing. There's a 777 underway. That's first to catch its landing. Then I'll show you flight radar. KLM 5592 is arriving from Johannesburg, which of course is in South Africa. The airplane is 10 hours and 33 minutes on the way as we speak. It is a 777-200, the Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Charlie. Now, how good is glide slope visibility? I'd say not that great. I'm not seeing anything visually, nor do I see anything in the background of the triple. There should be an Embraer 195 from SAS, although it probably will be a bit further back given the wake turbulence of the preceding wide body. John Dutch Canadian is also back in the chat. Good morning, John. Hope all is well. Ralph, goedemorgen. And good morning, everybody else who joined. Happy Friday. So yeah, it's cloudy here in the Netherlands. It is expected that the cloudiness is going to drift out later in the day, although we're not going to get unadulterated sunshine yet. It is expected later in the weekend. As of tomorrow, it should be more sunny. It should get warmer each day progressively. Already a bit warmer than it was yesterday. I'm standing here with a vest on and with shorts on. Since I wasn't sure what the wind would do out here in the field. It's always more windy here than it is elsewhere, particularly in urbanized areas. Right, let's have a quick look on Flight Radar, the specials of today. And in the meantime, I see that Flores is celebrating 18 months of membership. He's such an amazing stream and only getting better. Let me get the screen out of the message. Flores, mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. 1.5 years and counting. I hope in the lounge everything is still to your liking. Hit me up if something is no longer to your liking or if we're running low on certain supplies, and I'll put them on the groceries list. I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, Flores. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Have a look. This is what is in store for today. Jesus, not today. Jesus is going to Oslo. He's going further north, flying into Austrian airspace as we speak. Cathay Pacific Cargo arriving from Dubai. We have an ATC Cargo, or ACT I should say. ACT, Cargo Air ACT arriving from Dubai. Expected 12:20. 105, the ETA for Celia. This is one that's probably going to get away, as will be the Emirates A380 with an ETA of 135, almost certainly going to land on the center runway open by then. Orange Pride is expected around 11:40, and we also have an Atlas Air, probably the last airplane for today's show, arriving from Miami. 1:45, arriving from the west, so hopefully that will land on Polderbaan. In the meantime, Flores just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, what are you doing? Thank you so much for your generosity. You did not have to do that, Flores, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. If you are one of the recipients of Flores' gifted memberships, don't forget to thank him. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. You're not allowed to spam in the chat, but you are allowed to use the custom emojis as much and as freaky as you want. Get creative with them. Make us laugh. If it sounds like I have a speech impediment, I have a little sore right on the tip of my tongue. I think I must have bitten on it either in my sleep or during eating food. So each time the tip of my tongue reaches my teeth or anything, it hurts somewhat. So I'm trying to avoid that. May sometimes cause a slur. How about that for an excuse for being drunk, eh? The windsock visible, showing not a lot of wind. Welcome Nature Guy, welcome Michael Vogel. Marijke, goedemorgen. Rolf, goedemorgen. Everybody's time. Next up is EasyJet, arriving from Persenchester. 48 minutes on the way. Not Jesus, but Juzet. Golf Echo Zulu Uniform Tango. Juzet. Took 49 minutes to get here from Persenchester. And Jizet is 13 years old. It just hit puberty a couple of years back. First flight, March 2012. Mark also back in the chat. Egil also back in the chat. Eddie, goedemorgen. Kees, goedemorgen, good morning. And Ali also just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Ali, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that. If you're one of the recipients of AJ, aka Ali's gifted memberships, don't forget to thank her. Have fun with the custom emojis, guys. I implore you, get creative with them. Use them funnily. The T from Transavia lends itself really well to be used in a funny context. Wolfgang says you should not take the bottle of vodka from the bin. Will not do that, sir. Will not do that. I've brought my own. Now, Ali, thank you so much for your generosity once again. I hope that everybody who received the gifted membership will enjoy it. If you do enjoy the gifted membership and the time is running out, and it expires, consider renewing it, or maybe gifting somebody else a gifted membership. Let them experience what it is like to have custom emojis at your disposal for a month, if you think others might also enjoy it. So yeah, work in progress and still a long way to go. The stacks of fence work and the poles, and they have to continue all the way up to the north end. Now obviously when they're over there, those mounts over there aren't going to hinder our visibility. It's from over here where it becomes a bit more obnoxious. It's probably going to take a few more weeks. Our patience will be tested. Werner, guten Morgen und guten Morgen. We have another E2 Embraer 195. No, I say E2 Embraer 195. It's an Embraer 195 long range. As well, get the fuck out. As I was being bitten by a bug or something, right above my ankle where my shoe fits. Felt something stinging. I had to chase that away. One of those flies that also has a bit yellow in its body. I'm not sure what type that is. Hey Sander, goedemorgen man. Sander is filming takeoffs at the Polderbaan. It was also something I was considering, but then when I looked at Flight Radar and saw that the 747s were coming and whatnot, I figured let's go back to the Polderbaan. You also have a great day, Sander. And keep me posted if you hear about Omgevingsinfo Schiphol. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Hans for your super chat. Thanks for streaming, boy, he writes. Thank you so much for your generosity, Hans. Much appreciated. I am doing what I love doing, so you're welcome. Just doing something I enjoy doing. I hope that also goes for you guys. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing thus far and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like and subscribing perhaps if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience for free. Next up is a KLM 737 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, flight 1402, Vueling with an A320 behind it, which we can already see. I'm hoping the cloud base will get a little higher, or maybe even the clouds will dissolve a bit further so that we can have a bigger glide slope visibility. But it does seem to be improving slowly but surely. Artjan, goedemorgen. Thibaut, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Next airplane, Vueling flight 8354, arriving from Bilbao. That's an A320, and we should have a KLM 787-10 behind it, arriving from Cartagena, flight 749. Let's see where that Dreamliner emerges from the clouds, and let's see if we can also see some vortex movement in the clouds once the airplane does fly through it. I'm thinking somewhere here in this field of view we should start seeing the 787 pretty soon. Yeah, I agree, Sander. It is a bit messy here. Too much to my liking as well. Don't like having to stand so close to the cycling path. Ah, there is the Dreamliner. Anything that we can see in the clouds in the background? Nope. That's a bit of a bummer. I had hoped we would have been able to see something more spectacular, like those vortices that you sometimes see, those curls. But no. In the meantime, we missed the landing of Vueling. Erik, goedemorgen. And Leroy, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Leroy just now gifting a membership, and Nigel Davis was the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, Nigel. Have fun with the custom emojis. Don't forget to say thank you to Leroy. Make sure you enjoy those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. Leroy, thank you so much for your generosity. Peter, goedemorgen. Good morning to all others who have joined. Thijs, goedemorgen. Jonathan, good morning. This is KLM Flight 749, arriving from Cartagena. It's the KLM 100 years 78710. 9 hours, 5 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Alpha. Hailing from 2019. 6 years old. Now obviously Cartagena is in Colombia, and that is right next to Good morning, JP Kraus. Dino in the Tube, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, big picture-wise, this is what it looks like. Looking to the south, things look like so. Looking to the west, it looks like this. Here and there, some openings. This is where the wind is also blowing from, so this is where we need to look to see what is coming our way. Also, when looking to the east, here you can see a cloud street, basically indicating the direction of the wind, more or less. With the morning light shining on the clouds, it looks really nice. Absolutely. Control spotting, only so doable. Bit comparable with yesterday. Here and there an opening, you need to be lucky to see something. Most of the sky is still closed by clouds, but it should get somewhat better as the morning progresses. Martin, goedemorgen. Bingo update. Martin just crossed off Ecuador, so we're almost getting there. Who will reach bingo first? Well, Malky certainly did. Morning, boy. Morning, all. Hope we're all good. I, for one, certainly am. Hope you are too, Malky. Welcome back, mate. And Malky is celebrating a membership anniversary, 25 months of membership. Malky, thank you so much for your continued support. I know I sound like a broken record each time I say it, but I do mean it. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. I hope you still like being a member. And if you have any suggestions of how to improve things, let me know. That goes for all members. I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Hopefully as a member, but if not, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. But thank you so much, Malky, for your ongoing support. 25 months and counting. And the army of blue members, those who have been a member for 2 years or more, is growing by the day. Absolutely amazing. Never thought it would get to this, but of course you were hoping, but never expecting. In the meantime, I see that Alan is also back in the chat, and Lance is too. Good morning, lads. Hope all is well with you both. JZ Road, good morning. David, goedemorgen. Paul, good morning. Another Paul tuning in from the UK. Welcome, Paul. Where are you from in the UK? Mr. Penson. Peter de Vries, goedemorgen. Good morning. Sven, goedemorgen, kerel. Another Dreamliner. This is KLM Flight 644, which is returning from New York, JFK. Flexi, flex, flex. Until those spoilers go up. And what was it again? 15 feet that the wingtips drop. Absolutely incredible. And Paul Penson is tuning in from Brentwood in Essex. Kevo Blucati is also from Essex. He told me when he was here a couple of weeks ago. Nice to see you here. Welcome one and all. Lieve also in the chat. Good to see you, Lieve. Hope all is well. Bear with me also in the chat. Goedemorgen, kerel. Alright, let's see what is on the glide slope. Well, on paper we should also be seeing an A330 from Air China Cargo behind this EasyJet. The clouds are unfortunately in the way. Air China Cargo arriving from Chengdu in China. An A320 from Air France after that. A 7879 Dreamliner after that. And here in the foreground we have EasyJet flight 28674 arriving from London Gatwick. London? Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
You can see that the sun on occasion is shining. For a brief moment you could see that the plane was illuminated by the sun. Now once again flying through shade. The wind is not hard, but it is blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading, and that means that all the wind is crosswind, which is why the airplanes are crabbing somewhat. If all is well, it should stay dry. It was mentioned on the news, on the weather forecast, that in the morning here and there a few droplets might fall. Don't think it's going to come to that looking around me, at least not anytime soon. Mr. Blue Sky is also back. Well, where are you, mate? You're not here. Not a lot of Mr. Blue Sky in my immediate surroundings. Well, a little bit, but it could definitely be improved. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. Niels, goedemorgen. Uwe aus Leipzig. Guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Kasper, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. The Air China Cargo A330-200 now has become visible. Flight 3159 arriving from Chengdu in China. 10 hours 55 minutes underway. The Bravo 6090 is the registration. 10 hours 55 minutes underway. 18 years old. First flight July 2007. Indeed, JP Krause. Anything to declare? Yeah, they're going to England. The end of a wonderful movie that is highly recommended if you haven't seen it. Snatch. Good morning, Candid Landing. They're reinforcing the dike. They've added additional sand here. And those poles and those plastic barriers are going to be fit here to keep the sand from dropping into the canal. So they've placed additional sand over here. And if you look, they're working from south to north, so further that way. Well, unfortunately, I'm standing a bit too far back. Maybe over there you can just about see the poles are being put in the water over there. And then those boards that are over there and there and there behind the poles, those will be put in front of them, between the sand and the poles, making a reinforcement so that the dike reinforcement will not sink into the water. Wolfgang is indicating that the A340 is expected to leave around 10:35. Thanks for the update. We should be able to see that quite well. Harry, goedemorgen. Rory, good morning, goedemorgen. Adrie, goedemorgen. Indeed, Sven. That's also great. What about them sausages? 5 minutes Turkish. It was 3 minutes 5 minutes ago. You like dags? Yeah, I like dags. Oh, you mean dogs? Yeah, I'm still waiting for the day that somebody called Tyrone is reporting in the chat so that we can say, you're bad to the bone, ain't you, Tyrone? He's done a rally course, hasn't he, Tyrone? Anyway, all references to a movie that if you haven't seen it, you're not getting. Another Dreamliner is arriving. It's KLM flight 668, arriving from Austin, Texas. 8 hours, 49 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel, Alpha. 9-year-old airplane, first flight October 2015. Marijke, goedemorgen. Jan Lucas, good morning. And very good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Polderbaan, runway 19 right. At the moment, the only runway open for arrivals. Wind is blowing from the west. The wind is blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading, and that means that all the wind is crosswind on this runway. If you think, why are they crabbing? That's why. This is the singing lady on her bicycle again. Not sure if you guys picked it up on the microphone. I think she is passing. Well, she almost always passes by whenever I'm standing here in the morning. Always singing quite loudly often. So, like you guys could already read in the title, there are a few interesting airplanes on the way. Let me take you to Flight Radar and let's have a quick look to see what is all coming. Think that the first airplane to arrive here will be this 747-8. Arriving from the east at the time 2 runways will be open. Unfortunately, expected to land on the wrong runway, the center runway, Cathay Pacific Cargo. We have Cargo Air ACT arriving from Dubai, expected at a time when only 1 runway is open, so I'm expecting it to go to the Polderbaan. Now this is also one that is probably going to get away, 105, the ETA for Saudia, so we should be seeing it land on the center runway quite well from over here. We have the Emirates A380, which is now expected around 140, around the same time, around the same time Atlas Air is also arriving from Miami, 130. Okay, it varies a lot, 15 minutes or so. The Orange Pride is returning from LAX, expected around 11:42, and the Retro Transavia is around noon. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming. We're going to catch them all. This is SAS flight 1553. Jordien, goedemorgen, good morning. Anthony, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Oh, you want a wheelie with that? Yes, please. Nice. The Air Europa pilot also did a landing, a wheelie landing. So apparently, weather today is favorable for doing wheelie landings. Or maybe they're thinking, thank God it's Friday, let's have fun. And do some aerodynamic braking, as it's technically speaking called. The wind is blowing from the west. Means we need to look in this direction to see what is coming our way. For the time being, it looks like more cloudiness. There are some patches of blue here and there in between the clouds. But I wouldn't want to call it sunny by any means. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke is currently looking like so, and the bird control is also over there. Standing a bit further to the north today, because yesterday, when it was getting a bit busy at times at the cycling path, where I was standing a bit further to the south, closer to the Polderbaan official Spottersplatz, the stream started buffering, on your end at least, on a few occasions. And I'm hoping that by standing a bit further to the north, where it is more calm on paper, I'm hoping the connection will also remain more stable. So yeah, we're standing north of the Excommandbaan pipes that interestingly are coming from over there, are directed over the cycling path and then go back a few meters before entering the ground. Well, you can already see, of course, this is a picture that shows you several hundred meters relatively closely behind one another. You can see several people are already over there, so it looks like it's starting to get busy. The people that were here on the north side of the pipes have gone, so right now I am the only person standing here, although there is also a cyclist over there. Is that an OV rent-a-bike? No, it doesn't look like it. Hey, and there's also somebody over there. Yeah. Right now, these are the only people here with me. 747 expected for runway 24 soon, Wolfgang says. Thanks for the heads up, mate. Keep us posted. Michael, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. Hope you're doing well. Right now, where I'm standing, the sun is beginning to shine. For how long remains to be seen. We should see more sunshine tomorrow and on Sunday and next week as well. At least the beginning of next week. Thought they even mentioned that after the weekend we are going to see temperatures towards 30 degrees C. That's roughly 90 F. Hope it's not going to come to that. It's always extremes over here in the Netherlands. It's either cold and windy and rainy, or it suddenly gets all hot and humid. Hey, but we are seeing progress with glide slope visibility. 2 airplanes now visible. That's more than we could see in the beginning. The second airplane is the airplane that was so terribly delayed yesterday. United flight 968 arriving from San Francisco. That's a 200 777. Here in the foreground we have Air France first, flight 1444 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. If I zoom in a little bit, oh shit. Zoom in a little bit, and then I can click on the label and I can tell you a bit more about this airplane. It is a Bombardier C-Series 300, or A220 as they're called these days. Left Paris 45 minutes ago. Nominal flight duration: Luxembourg, London, and Paris all have 40 to 45 minutes of flight time on average. Comes equipped with a carrying cabin, as you can see. Registration you could already read. The airplane age is 2 years. First flight was in April 2023. And a butt shot of sorts. Even standing here at the highest part of the grass, and with the tripod set higher than normal, with the camera at eye height almost, it's still hard to look over those mounds of sand. Jindrosik also back. Dennis V also back. Good to see you, lads. Hope everybody is doing well. Portrait derrière. I like that, Jindrosik. Nice one. Absolument vrai. I think. I've only had 2 years of French and 2 years of German in school. Then I dropped those languages, so I'm not going to pretend I know both languages, although my German is probably a bit better than French. And with a bit, I mean a big bit. United flight 968. On time today, 9 hours and 35 minutes on the way, November 204, Uniform Alpha. 26-year-old airplane, first flight January 1999. Just enough French to meme. Same here, Jindrosik, same here. Next up, BA flight 430, arriving from London Heathrow. The Golf Tango Tango, November Echo. And another airplane that you can see in the background, that's a Lufthansa A320, flight 2302, arriving from Munich. Flight time for the A320neo coming this way first has been 39 minutes as we speak. 6-year-old airplane. The first flight was in September 2018. Another cyclist has stopped at the bench, and a family with a small doggo is continuing walking to the north. Cute little doggo. Ooh, bit warmer in Canada where John is residing. 30 to 31 C here until Tuesday. Heat wave in Canada. It was also on the news that there have been multiple heat waves in the south of Europe as well already this year. Some bits, global warming seems to strike a bit more violently than in other parts of the world. I think, generally speaking, thus far over here the year has been very moderate with temperatures. Although and the Dutchies in the chat will have to help me. Did we already have an official heat wave, or was it just a local heat wave in the south several weeks ago? Or was that also official in the build, where the Dutch Met Office historically is residing? And if it's a heat wave over there, then it counts as a national heat wave. Definition: 5 days of temperatures 25 plus Celsius with 2 days above 30, if I recall correctly, or 3. It was an official heat wave. Well, there you go. So we already had one as well. We're not going to get one anytime soon, I think, or maybe if I think the weather app had made a mistake a week ago or something, and on a certain day it was expected that the temperature was reaching 40 degrees Celsius. I also thought they said that the wind was going to be wind strength 12 Beaufort, which is a hurricane strength. Proved to be a mistake, obviously. Lufthansa Flight 2302 has landed here, arriving from Munich in the south of Germany. 1 hour and 13 minutes to flight time. Gurdeep, good morning, mate. Welcome back. Good morning, Ron. Ron says 70 years ago we just called summer. Oh, holy shit, Michael. 44 degrees fever? Or was it 44 degrees where you were loading the truck? Anyway. Croatia Airlines is next, flight 450. Another Bombardier C-Series 300, or A220s as they're called these days. You can see the Bombardier bizjet heritage oozing through in the design. In my humble opinion, one of the two prettiest modern day passenger airplanes, together with the A350. Interestingly, both Airbus now, although this of course began life as a Bombardier. Croatia Airlines returning from Zagreb. It's the cam! We're filming with a cam, the 9H cam. It's a cam, 9A cam. Anyway. Flight time was 1 hour and 48 minutes. Let me quickly take a sip of vodka. The next airplane is from Ryanair, arriving from Dublin in Ireland. Can we see more in the background? Not yet. Is there more in the background? There is. El Al, with a Dreamliner no less, arriving from Tel Aviv, flight 337, should be number 2. The clouds are still in the way. The meter in the ticker is updating automatically, and what does it say? 9999, view at 1500 feet, that's it. Well, those few clouds at 1500 feet are interfering with glide slope visibility severely. There is the El Al Dreamliner emanating through the clouds. I'm keeping the camera pointed at it because I'm still hoping we might see curling in the clouds, which I'm sure with proper lighting you would be able to see. I don't think we have the right lighting here this time of day. It's always nice when airplanes fly through clouds, you always see those vortices. that usually emanate from the wingtips. I think. .747 is lining up on runway 24. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. Is it first to take off as well? Is that... Yeah, that's a pointing finger, right? That's not... Nah, it's definitely a pointing finger, I think. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Friendly clouds. They're still friendly. This is all flight 337. Arrival from Tel Aviv. 4 hours, 20 minutes on the way. The 4 X-ray Alpha Delta November. Right, first and rolling. 747 taking off from runway 24. Sander is undoubtedly filming the departure as we speak. I'm looking behind me, still not seeing a 747 emerge above the tree line, so let's continue with our landing for the time being. Relatively flat landing, if you compare that with the pitch that the A330 usually has. KLM cargo on its way. Took off from runway 24 just now. Howdy Cor, goedemorgen. Yeah, and now, what the fudge? Those excrement pipes are in the way. Now, I think this is a release valve, and the cable that you could see hanging and is flapping loosely, the loose noose, I think is connected to what I think is a release valve. So if you feel you're running low on excrement or you need some fertilizer, I think that's where you can get it for free. Just pull on the handle and you should be able to get some. This is the scale of chimney smoke, indicating the wind. The wind is blowing from the west, and that's over there. And that's also where we need to look to see what is coming our way. For the time being, it's still clouds. It's not completely cloudy. There are definitely some openings here and there. But most of the time, the sun is not shining where I am standing right now. We are getting some sunshine from India pretty soon. Indigo, flight 6. No? 6 Echo 21. I'm not sure. It's probably flight number 21. Indigo is arriving from Mumbai. It is the LNFNC 7879 Dreamliner. 8 hours and 39 minutes on the go. Underway. Undergo. Indigo, undergo, underway. Leave it to me to mix things up. 7-year-old airplane, Norwegian registration. Of course, Norse is the operator, I think. Yeah, Norse is the operator. Hey, Sander Sakei, goedemorgen kerel. Standing still. Traffic jam or loading or unloading? Veerboot, goedemorgen. Jeff, goedemorgen. Jacob Double, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, lads. Hope everybody is doing well. Welcome one and all. Indigo arriving from Mumbai. Air Canada will be next after that. Dreamliner galore. Right, Next up shall be Air Canada Flight 900, arriving from Montreal, Canada. That's a 7879. And you can see it right there. The Charlie Foxtrot Romeo Sierra Alpha. Fursa. The Fursa has been flying for 6 hours almost exactly. 5 hours 59 minutes according to Flight Radar. Let's round it up to an even 6 hours. All is calm. If you think the airplanes are crabbing a little bit, that's because they are. The wind is blowing from the west, and it means that all the wind is perpendicular to the runway heading. Means that they need to lean in against the wind somewhat to stay on course. This Dreamliner is 8 years old. Its first flight was in December 2016. After this, an E2 Embraer from KLM arriving from Geneva in Switzerland. Ah, the new Vroom Vroom tomorrow. Nice. I imagine you're looking forward to that, Sander. No more Tweety. E2 Embraer in the foreground, and behind it a real 777. This is the wannabe 777. Now the real 777 is not yet visible, but soon will become visible. That's a Chinese triple freighter. China Cargo Airlines, arriving from Shanghai in China. Air Malta should be behind it. It's 10:35. I see ITA flying over Markermeer, arriving from Milan. That should also still be landing here on this runway. Icelandair on the way with the 767. Wolfgang is indicating. That's nice. Howdy Danny, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Happy Friday to you and to all others who have joined in the meantime. There's the real triple, wannabe triple in the foreground, real triple in the background. The wannabe triple is KLM flight 1930, arriving from Geneva in Switzerland. An hour and 13 minutes underway. The Papa Hotel NXT. Next, please. Un autre portrait derrière. Welcome to the show, everybody who joined us later. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at Polderbaan runway one night ride. At the moment, still the only runway in use for arrivals. We have 4 747s underway, the Orange Pride, the Retro Transavia, and the A380. Now, unfortunately, the A380 is late. And I think 2 of the 4 747s are going to arrive right at a time where 2 runways will be open, so they will fly to the center runway today. Still, most of you will know by now that from here we can see landings to the center runway quite well. If all is well, Retro Transavia and the Orange Pride and 2 of the 4 747s will land over here. not really giving it all with the reversers, the pilot flying. Now, what am I hearing? I'm hearing something, but I'm unable to see anything. What is that? That's something with a propeller passing overhead. Very typical sound. Two airplanes on the glide slope. We have KM Malta, arriving from Malta. That's an A320neo flight 394 and a 737-700 behind it, arriving from Copenhagen. We're going to see a WestJet MAX 8 737 behind it, but I'm not sure that we can see it on the base leg that it is on as we speak. A400, I already thought so. Somebody mentioned in the chat earlier that it has a very typical sound, and I thought I recognized it, but I didn't remember it was the A400, but it must have been that. One day it'll get summery here. One will fly over and we'll be able to catch it. In the meantime, DB Basement also back. Good to see ya. Kiora Glenn. My world is pretty, good morning. Mouser 8K, good morning. Cor, goedemorgen. Not sure if I already said hi to you, Cor. Think I did, but just in case. Good morning. Once again. KM Malta. Arriving from Malta. A320neo, and is this also the 9H Neo? No, it's the neck. Nick, knack, knock. And explore more stories. There you go. Don't you guys forget, explore more stories. Martin, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Happy Friday. Hope all is well. My world is pretty will be leaving to Turkey pretty soon with Turkish flight 1952 from gate G7. Enjoy the journey, mate. Pilot Sachtler will probably film your departure then. He is standing at the Kaagbaan right now. Or no shit. Aalsmeerbaan is still open, right? Yeah. You'll probably be leaving via the Aalsmeerbaan 18 left. Since you're flying to the east. Niels, goedemorgen. Graham, good morning. Good morning all others who've joined in the meantime. This is KLM flight 1268, arriving from Copenhagen. It's narrow bodies galore, but we are going to see a nice variation. Each of the 4 next airplanes will be a different airplane type. So this was a Boeing 737-700. WestJet is next, MAX 8 737, arriving from Halifax in Canada. Alex, morgen. WestJet flight 70, next to arrive, the Charlie Golf Papa Foxtrot Tango. 5 hours and 38 minutes on the way, MAX 8 737. Absolutely, Martin, thank you for asking. All well on my end here. Could ask for a bit more sunshine, but it's not required. The temperature is okay, and the glide slope visibility is improving. Interaction of the airplanes with the clouds in the background, not as spectacular as I still am hoping for, but that might change with the next airplane. First up, WestJet, 5 hours and 39 minutes on the way from Halifax, Canada. 2-year-old airplane, first flight February 2023. And ITA is going to be next after that. Bombardier C Series 100, arriving from Milan. WestJet is the best jet, is what they say. I'm curious what the occupancy rate on these airplanes is. Higher than normal, lower than normal, just average? What percentage? They're flying daily, so you'd think there'd be enough demand for filling an airplane on a daily basis, but obviously I'm not sure that they 18R. Next airplane is ITA Airways Flight 120, arriving from Milan. 1 hour and 25 minutes on the way. A220-100 is what they are formerly called these days. Irish registered EIHLD Hotel Lima Delta. Brand new airplane, means less than a year old. It will turn 1 next month. First flight was in September 2024, obviously. Should be number 175 in the background. Yeah, I think it already cleared the clouds. Too little spatial separation to be focusing on that. Henrik also back, buongiorno mate, and Roberto as well. Benvenuti ragazzi. Maria, good morning. And good morning to all others who have joined. Next airplane should be a number 175. And yeah, that also already cleared the clouds, didn't it? Yeah. It's a 2 airplane glide slope shot with an A321neo in the background and an Embraer 175 in the foreground, and another A320neo should be behind the A321neo that you see in the center. For a moment I was hoping we were going to see nice cloud interactions. Not sure that we will. This is KLM flight 1850 arriving from Munich. It's 11:15, so pretty soon parallel arrivals are going to commence. Usually from 11 until 11:40, and then again from 1 till 2. And on days like today, the secondary runway to open up for arrivals will be the center runway, 18C. Somewhere to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Werk ze. And have fun tomorrow with receiving your new car, mate. We'll probably hear from you how it is when we speak again. KLM flight 1002, arriving from London Heathrow. Yeah, A321neo. No, A320neo. Apologies. EasyJet arriving from Prague. Wolfgang says you definitely need a whale sound in your board to communicate with the E2s. You make a good point. One of the many things I still need to look into at some point. And this is Fax G. EasyJet A320neo arriving from Prague, next to arrive. Now we're able to see the next airplane. Yeah, over there. Is there any cloud interaction going on? Yeah, you can see it. You can see it. Over there it is / was. You need to look very closely. It's not the best lighting. So it's not as visually dramatic as it could have been. Martin says, but don't look for the sound of a Karen. Wouldn't that be something if I did? What would the sound effect of a Karen sound like? Is what I'm wondering. Is that a woman crying, I want to speak to the manager? Or would it be something different? This was the OE LSR. I'm happy to see that another ETA is coming this way. Oftentimes one lands on this runway and the other will go to the secondary runway because it'll arrive at the time the secondary runway has opened already. Right now both are well before 11 o'clock, means that both will land here on this runway. This is ETA Airways Flight 108 arriving from Rome. 2 hours and a minute on the way, the EIHXE Hotel X-Ray Echo. It's a beautiful A321neo, a year old, first flight April 2024. You can see with the sun shining through, it's italic, the paintwork. Absolutely lovely, stunning livery if you ask me. With the right lighting, you can also see intricate details on the tail and the back end of the main fuselage. Still hard to see, even with good lighting, but I think that's one of the quirkiness, one of the quirks that makes it such a nice livery. That there are also details hidden in it that you need to look good for it to see. Don't you know who I am? I know my rights. It was on Facebook. You guys are starting to convince me more and more that I should find a funny Karen sound effect to add to the stream deck. Chris Rico, good morning mate. Welcome back. Hopo as well. This is JetBlue flight 631 arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. 6 hours and 27 minutes on the way. It's an A321neo, the November 4074 Juliet. First flight May 2023, making this airplane 2 years old. Ciao Barbara Khan, benvenuto. Mint the gap, which would have to be rephrased if Schiphol were to use it. Mint your step. Right, there's a Delta A330 coming in next. A330 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Before it gets really close, let's have another look on Flight Radar and see where all those airplanes of interest are right now. So the SLM will be flying out. Maybe we can catch a glimpse of it in a few moments. First Queen to arrive, Cathay Pacific Cargo, expected in just over half an hour from now. I think the next airplane of interest inbound will be the Orange Pride, arriving around 11:40 from LAX. Transavia expected shortly before noon. Compass Air Cargo expected around 12:22. Atlas Air expected around 1:22. It was 1:45 earlier, so the times very drastically. And now all of a sudden the ETA of the Emirates A380 has become 1:45. We're going to catch them all. And Saudia 1:05, if that makes up 10 minutes, which I wouldn't be surprised if at one point it would, we would be able to see it landing on the Polderbaan. For now it looks like Saudia is also going to the wrong runway, as will the Emirates A380. This is Delta Airlines flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 29 minutes on the way. The November 812 November Whiskey. Nice. That was an 18-year-old specimen of an airplane. First flight was in October 2006. Hey, and Johnny's cousins are on Orange Pride right now, so if all's well, you should be able to see them land here on the Polderbaan pretty soon. Bear with me, gots to go. May lurk later. Thanks for stopping by, and hopefully see you again later today, or otherwise later in the weekend. Thijs, goedemorgen. Goedemorgens. And welcome to the show, everybody else who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, where wind is blowing from the west, and looking in the direction the wind is blowing from, it is starting to seem like things are opening up. This is what it looks like to the south. This is what it looks like to the east. You can also see openings. The sun is now obscured by a whale-shaped cloud. Is that a hammer shark with the hammer? Is that the hammer right there? The hammer, fin, tail. Or is that just my imagination? It probably is, isn't it? With wind blowing from the west, in other words, the wind is blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading. It means that the wind is crosswind 100%. That's why the airplanes today are crabbing a little bit. Haven't seen any go-arounds yet, nor do I expect we are going to see them with the moderate winds. Mr. Blue Sky asks about ducks. I have seen them, but I'm not able to show you them, since I'm standing here a bit further away from the water. And also here on the north side, the grass has not been cut, unlike the south of those excrement poles, the pipes. Over here, the grass is longer, means that my visibility on the canal is very limited. I need to stand here right next to the cycling path because that's where the grass is the highest. Otherwise, I'm unable to film over those piles of rubble that are still on the other side of the canal. But yesterday we did see a group of ducks, and we also saw an adolescent grebe, and I did still see them as I was walking up here. Okay, then flight 696 is next, arrival from Toronto, Canada, 6 hours and 38 minutes on the way. It's 777-200 the Papa Hotel, Bravo Quebec, Bravo. The airplane is 21 years old, first flight was in October 2003. And seems that we have crossed through 300 likes. Thank you all so much for the support. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, and you want to support the channel for free, liking and subscribing is an easy way to do that. It'll help the channel's content be promoted to a wider audience of like-minded people into aviation, but who just haven't heard of the channel yet. So if you want to bring in more awesome people to this already awesome community, liking and subscribing is an easy way to do that. More wheelies. I didn't know it was Free Willy Day. Free Wheelie Day. Des is tuning in from Etteleur. Goedemorgen. Kees, goedemorgen. Dennis W, goedemorgen. And good morning all others who have joined in the meantime. Next up will be Transavia, the Ecstasy Express arriving from Ibiza. 737-800, 2 hours and 3 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Hotel Sierra Kilo. And I also see that there is an A380 flying parallel to it. First airplane to the center runway. It seems that parallel arrivals have begun. It is 10:58, so that makes sense. From 11 until 11:40 approximately, 2 runways usually open for arrivals. Means that most of the arrivals arriving from the east are going to land on the center runway, and everything arriving from the west over here. It's getting a bit more busy, although I do like that thus far everybody has been geographically dispersed evenly. Make use of the full length of the runway. I saw some lights back there in the background. I think the clouds once again obscured us from seeing them. I think it might have been the Iberia airplane just now. Right, this is the Transavia Ecstasy Express, flight 5680. Oh? As our UK neighbors would say, blimey. It sounded like the pilot was using the reversers. Hope nobody is going to get fired over it. Not sure if that was supposed to happen. This is Airlines arriving from Erbil in Iraq. Hey, those bastards are rerouting the Play A320neo to center. Those bastards. Sure hope. Let's click on the label. Is it white? No, it is a red one. Paul, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well on your end. So Play has been assigned to the center runway. Not seeing it arrive yet. Should become visible pretty soon. Okay, well, Royal Air Maroc seems to be... No, that's SmartLynx flying on behalf of Royal Air Maroc. Okay, well. Those bastards. Gertin, goedemorgen. Hey, and Liwa is celebrating 28 months of membership. Time flies when you're having none. That is certainly true. 28 months a member already. Hope all is still well in the lounge. Let me know, Liwa, if something is running low or if the lounge is no longer to your liking for whatever reason. And let me see what I can do to fix it. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Not just as a 28-month member already, but also, of course, as a very valued moderator. Hope you still like being a member and a mod. You know how to reach me. If either of the two is no longer to your liking, let me know. Thank you so much for your ongoing support and congratulations on 28 months, mate. Where does time go, doesn't it? Iberia. Arriving from Madrid. Flight 731. 1 hour 57 minutes and away. Where the sun is in the sky, things are opening up a little bit. It's milky, but it's open. No low-level clouds in the immediate vicinity. It looks like we're going to get a bit more sunshine here. Now, unfortunately, what we're not getting is the Play airplane. The Play A320neo, unfortunately, is going to the wrong runway. That's an electric scooter that you hear beeping. Interesting way of letting people know that they're arriving. I think I would have personally preferred a synthetic two-stroke motor sound. Or four-stroke. Maybe even better. The more strokes, the merrier. Nah. Milky? No, Malky. Apologies, mate. Apologies. It's a milky sky, but the sun is peeking through. This is what it looks like to the north. This is what it now looks like to the west. It does look like more openings are drifting in. The clouds being illuminated beautifully, looking to the northwest. This is looking to the north, northeast, the east, southeast, the south, and lastly southwest. Next up, Royal Air Maroc, operated by Smartlings, arriving from Nador, which of course is in the north of Africa. 2 hours and 34 minutes the flight time. Yankee Lima, Lima Delta uniform is the registration. 10-year-old airplane, first flight October 2014. A340 rolling on runway 24. Thanks for the heads up there, Wolfgang. There it is. The quad engine behemoth taking to the sky. I hope it'll clear the excrement pipes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, will it? Uh-oh, no. It's going to fly right into them. Uh-oh. Shit is about... Oh, no. It's... evasive maneuvers. There it is. Hitting the clouds, and gone it is. Cathay Pacific assigned to center. Not unexpectedly, but still thanks for letting us know where it's going to go to, Maria. Shouldn't come as a surprise. Right now, a few airplanes that ordinarily would have been assigned to the Polderbaan are also being directed to the center runway, but there is another airplane already approaching, so I'm wondering, is this just for a temporary runway inspection of sorts? I am looking around to see if there are any yellow vehicles on the runway. I'm not seeing any where I am standing. Hard to see them if they are doing something on the runway. No, hard to see. In the meantime, airplanes approaching the center runway. Embraers. No, those bastards have assigned a Chinese triple to the wrong runway. Really would have wanted to see it come to the Polderbaan instead. Marcus, goedemorgen. And good morning all others. It's getting dark in The Hague. What? That's not good. Here things are opening up. Looking in the direction the wind is blowing from the west. More blue sky. The next airplane coming for the Polderbaan is KLM flight 1918, arriving from Zurich. That's an E2 Embraer 195. Not too far behind it is a Chinese 777, China Southern Cargo, arriving from Guangzhou. And Wageningen is watching. KC7XR is mentioning. Morgen Patrick. Goedemorgen Ed. and welcome to the show, everybody else who joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here on the north side of the pipes because I was hoping it would be a bit more quiet over here than it would be further south. Yesterday I was standing further south, and when it got busy, the stream started stuttering, at least on the end of some people. I'm hoping it's going to improve, but is it really that much more calm over here? Well, for the time being, it seems to be. Everybody you see is more geographically dispersed, and there's definitely more people over there, so without a doubt things are calmer over here for the time being. Hopefully it's going to stay that way. Mostly because I don't want you guys to have a stream that buffers constantly. This is an E2 Umbrella 195, KLM flight 1918. And it does look like a wheelie competition day, doesn't it? Both the wide-body pilots and the narrow-body pilots seem to compete. Although I think the winner today thus far has been a 777 from KLM. I think the runner-up was a Dreamliner from Air Canada. Now this is an airplane that I would have loved to see land here on the Polderbaan instead of going to the center runway. The Chinese triple. China Southern Cargo, flight 2573. It is a 777 freighter arriving from Guangzhou in China. Also hearing traffic overhead. Not able to see it yet. Doesn't sound like it is very big. So this is going to the center runway, arriving from Guangzhou in China, 11 hours and 9 minutes on the way. It's the Bravo 2080. The sound that you're picking up is an airplane that is passing right overhead. This Chinese triple has been flying for 11 hours and 9 minutes. 13 years old, first flight December 2011. First queen of the show should also be arriving in 10 or so minutes from now. Now, Maria already mentioned it was confirmed to go to the center runway, unfortunately, like this airplane is as well. So this should give you a sneak preview of what we will be able to see of the Cathay Pacific Cargo 747-8 in a few minutes. Now, standing a bit further to the north, it is a bit more difficult to see the rollout from here, with more things in the way, particularly here in the foreground. Also a tractor over there. Or is that a combine? Are they harvesting? I did still see some wheat fields that weren't harvested yet, although many have already. Eddie asks if the Orange Pride already landed. Not yet. It is coming though. Let's see, where's the 747? The 747 is flying over Lelystad. So that should give us a few more moments. Here's our next airplane. It's an Embraer 190 arriving from London City, KLM flight 982. For those of you who are wondering where the Orange Pride, etc. are, let's have a quick look. So the first airplane of interest, oh, that's Lelystad Airport, is the Cathay Pacific 747. It is expected in minutes from now. The Orange Pride is still flying over England and has an ETA of 11:44. So that is coming in, arriving in half an hour or so from now. Transavia Retro also underway. It is expected in just under 40 minutes from now, around 12. Then there is the Cargo Air ACT 747 flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, which is expected half an hour after noon. The Atlas Air 747-8 arriving from Miami now is expected to land around 1:22, and we have Saudia arriving around 1:05. Still a candidate for the center runway with this ETA, and that also goes for the Emirates A380. going to stick around to see them all. So yeah, 4 747s, the A380, the Orange Pride and the Transavia Retro. And the first 747 is already in Dutch airspace and shall be landing on the center runway in a few minutes from now. Mert also in the chat, good morning. David, good morning. Alson Sports, good morning. Welcome one and all. So they also directed an Air Canada Dreamliner to the center runway, to my surprise. So all the wide bodies seem to be going to the wrong runway and we are left with all the narrow bodies instead. Bit disappointing. German Airways, you can see the pointillism inspired new tail. It also says operating for KLM Cityhopper, as if we didn't know already. German flag in dots, in pixels. Air Canada Flight 808, a Dreamliner that was supposed to be landing here and normally would be, but is now going to the wrong runway. It is in the bank robber livery, so hide your money. In the meantime, Transavia arriving from Barcelona, coming in here on the Polderbaan. Once again, a bug on my lower leg. So yeah, this is Air Canada Flight 808, 7878 Dreamliner. Charlie Golf Hotel Papa Yankee. 6 hours and 31 minutes on the way. The airplane is 10 years old, first flight October 2014. Tommy is tuning in from Finland, welcome back. And John is tuning in from Rotterdam, goedemorgen. In the meantime, a Transavia 737 is landing over here. And thank you for the kind words, Bobbers, who says your banter is cool. Do the best I can to keep the banter as cool as can be. Goes well with vodka, chilled banter. KLM Flight 1042 arriving from Birmingham is next. It's an Embraer 190 and another Embraer 190 behind it and an A319 behind it. It looks like the 747-8 is approaching Purmerend, and that is normally speaking in the vicinity of the scale of chimney smoke. Now we're standing a bit further to the north, so if I have good sense of space, it should be a little bit further to the right instead, since we are a bit further to the north. The question is, of course, can we see the 747 already, or is it still flying above the base of the clouds? I think the latter applies, but let's have a look. Where is it? It's at 5,500 feet. So, no. Oh, wait, no. That's traffic to the center runway instead, in the foreground. No need to look for the 747 because the clouds are in the way, unfortunately. Only moment when we are going to see it is when it is low enough to fly below the clouds, which is not yet, unfortunately. In the meantime, Tommy just became our latest member. Welcome back to the Aurora Skylines, mate. Thanks for your vote of confidence. Hope you will like it in the lounge. Have fun with the custom emojis that are now at your disposal, mate. Erwin, goedemorgen. And good morning all others who have joined. So yeah, the sun shining. The sky is still a bit milky, but it is improving. Looking to the north, you can see beautiful low clouds. Over here, some cirrus clouds. It's opening up. The wind is blowing from the west, and you can still see some clouds are drifting in. Also a small contrail visible over there, twin jet. And Fidel Castro is also over there, hovering. Next Embraer 190 is the SkyTeam livery, which interestingly I think we also saw arrive from Brussels yesterday, but then it did not have a KLM flight number, and now it is KLM flight 1704. So this seems to be a regular flight. The Papa Hotel Echo Zulu X-Ray, one of 2 airplanes in KLM's fleet, currently in the SkyTeam livery still. The other airplane being a 737-900. Flight time 29 minutes. I wonder how expensive the tickets are. I'm actually thinking maybe for the fun of it, I should be doing a round trip to Brussels by airplane on a certain day. Ilona, goedemorgen. Ilona has to go, unfortunately, wishing us all a wonderful day. Thank you so much, Ilona. You too have a great day. Hopefully see you again soon. Lord Andrew had a look on YouTube and found that there are plenty of Karen sound bites on YouTube. So thanks for the heads up. I will have a look at that later today then. The idea of having a Karen sound effect intrigues me. I want to speak to the manager. Do you know who I am? It's getting a bit more busy here. I hope that the connection is going to stay intact without any stuttering. MVDL, goedemorgen. And good morning all others who've joined. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at Polderbaan, where the first of 4 747s is going to become visible pretty soon. I'm not saying it's going to land here, unfortunately it's not. But there are 4 747s expected to land here at Schiphol in the duration of the stream. 2 of which will land here, 2 probably won't. The A380 probably will not either. I'm hoping the Transavia Retro will, and the Orange Pride, if all is well, should. Then again, as we already witnessed yesterday and today, ATC doesn't give a you-know-what. And they'll redirect airplanes that normally would land on the westerly-most runway, arriving from the west, to the easterly-most runway. Air Canada, case in point. Air Arabia Maroc is next, arriving from Tangier, which is in Morocco, which is in the north of Africa. The 747 is on the glide slope to center and has just become visible, only just, clearing the clouds. There she is. Well, I say clearing the clouds, momentarily clearing the clouds, but still flying in them mostly. Well, now it's no longer. Fidel Castro in the vicinity needs to look closely to see. Yeah, no, he already dove under. He was getting eerily close to the 747. Right, first 747 of the day, the first of 4 in today's show. What a show it will be. 4 747s, the A380, the Orange Pride and the Retro Transavia, all expected before 1:45. This is Cathay Pacific Cargo, flight 65. It's a 747-8 freighter arriving from Dubai World Center. 7 hours and 39 minutes the flight time. Registration is Bravo Lima Juliet Charlie. The airplane is 12 years old. Its first flight was in June 2013. I'm filming the airplane, which is flying in the shade by the looks of it, while the sun is shining here, where I'm standing. Another airplane landing here in the foreground on the Polderbaan. KLM Embraer 190. Oh, and another proof that a car is faster than an airplane. That car killed it in the drag race. Yep, combine harvester. Are they harvesting wheat or a different? Or no, it's not a combine. What is it? Looks like a tractor pulling something. But they are harvesting something. Interesting. Always interesting to see what's going on here in the fields next to Schiphol Airport. The next airplane of interest is going to be the KLM Orange Pride, which is returning from LAX. And ordinarily, 9 out of 10 times, it should land on this runway. I'm counting on it that today will be another one of those days. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming. This is Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Nador, which of course is also in Morocco in the north of Africa. It's flight 121. 2 hours and 38 minutes on the way. Forage harvester is what Yorkshire Phaser is saying. More Yorkshire. We had Yorkshire. What was it? Driver. We have Yorkshire Biker, obviously. Now Yorkshire Phaser as well. 777-300 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar to see what is coming. Orange Pride is going to be next. ETA 1151. Transavia Retro probably next after that. ETA 1157. If all is well, these two are going to land over here, but the Transavia is what I'm mostly concerned about. We'll have to see if they are going to direct it over the coastline and let it descend below 7,000. If not, then they might... Well, no. It's going to land on the Polderbaan. Polderbaan will be the only runway open by then. Just kidding. Another 747 has entered German airspace and is expected around 12:25. So yeah, should be good. More is coming, obviously. More 747s underway. We weren't done yet with looking on Flight Radar. It's 11:26, and that means in roughly 14 minutes from now, the center runway is going to close again. Although yesterday we did see that it remained open much longer than normally would have been the case, so I'm hoping that that's not going to happen again today. And it is a forage harvester, there you go. And the Yorkshire gang is growing in numbers, it certainly is. The Yorkshire Mafia. Martin, goedemorgen. Rien, goedemorgen. Where were we? We were still busy with what was coming. So in German airspace, the Compass Air Cargo was approaching. We have Saudia still flying over Croatia now, expected around 107. Center runway arrival expectedly. Same for the Emirates A380 with an ETA of 137. And then, of course, there's also Atlas Air, which is expected around 122. If all is well, it should be going to the Polderbaan since it is arriving from the west. That's usually what's going to happen. The meter in the ticker updates automatically. A visualization update shows you that the wind is still blowing from the west. In other words, the wind is 100% crosswind today, 12 knots, 21 degrees C the temperature. Few clouds at 1600 feet that are still hindering visibility of the glide slope sometimes. Other than that, it is looking really nice. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming, and we are going to catch them all. Next airplane arriving is going to be KLM Flight 1076 arriving from Bristol. That is an Embraer 190 with another Embraer 190 behind it and another wide body that has been assigned to the goddamn center runway. Not sure what ATC is doing today, but this is Delta Airlines Flight 74 and ordinarily that would have been an arrival for the Polderbaan. Instead, all of the wide bodies last 20 or so minutes arrival from the west have been assigned to the wrong runway. Highly annoying. As you can see, the sun has begun to shine a bit more openly. The sky no longer as milky as it was before. And it is a wheelie competition day. Definitely not the winner of today, but certainly another contender. It seems that the wide body pilots are so far in the lead. And this is of course another one getting away. And I see that A is celebrating a 1-month anniversary. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hope you still like being a member of the lounge. Upwards and onwards. Hi Ricardo, goedemiddag. And Ricardo bought a 777-300 with the orange cockpit, the orange pride, and also an A380-800 from Lufthansa. Nice, Ricardo. Do you also have a nice place to put those models? Mooie plek om die modellen neer te zetten? Sounds like you had a great day going to the merchandise store, the Aviation mega store. Over here we have KLM Flight 1710, another Embraer 190, German Airways. Although it is the old livery, it now also says operating for KLM Cityhopper. No mistake. Make no mistake. Now big picture wise, things are opening up a little bit. There's a contrail remnant here, so I think we ought to be able to see contrails as well if something interesting is passing by. Things are opening up a little bit, so keep me posted if there is something interesting coming this way. Frank is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Frank. Next up will be the Herpa arriving from Barcelona, flight 1498, an Embraer 190. I think that's the first time that I am seeing an Embraer 190 arriving from Barcelona. They usually fly bigger airplanes to Barcelona, don't they? Anyway, this is the Herpa Embraer 190 long range. Delta Alpha Charlie Juliet Juliet, the registration. 1 hour and 45 minutes underway. 18-year-old airplane. First flight somewhere in 2007. Gebakje, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. Yeah. I don't know what ATC is doing, but I am seeing that the 777 arrival from Vancouver now also seems to be turning in for the center runway. So instead of doing it the other way around and letting all those narrow bodies go to the center runway and keep the wide bodies to the Polderbaan, they're doing the exact opposite. And the airplane models of Ricardo are in glass cabinets in the living room. Glazen kasten. Very nice, Ricardo. Are they from metal or from plastic? Narrow body galore indeed, Jetstream journeys. Yeah, and another one getting away. Nothing to the Polderbaan. I think they might start doing a runway inspection. Given that it is almost 11:40, they're probably going to inspect the runway and then they're going to open up Polderbaan and close the center runway. I'm looking around me to see if I am able to spot any bird controllers on the runway yet. Don't see any, but I think that's what's going to happen now. So another 777 getting away. As long as it's not going to happen with the orange pride pretty soon. This used to be the SkyTeam livery 777, the PHBVD, returning from Vancouver, Canada, 8 hours and 34 minutes on the way. Indeed, Ali. We need to gather with pitchforks and with torches, head over to the LVNL, demand retribution. KLM Flight 682, arrival from Vancouver, Canada, 8 hours and 34 minutes on the way. The PHBVD 777-300ER, 15 years old, first flight August 2009. Hadi Dennis, goedemorgen kerel, long time no see. Another one getting away. Fortunately, from this point of view, we can still see the arrivals to the central runway quite well. Just not the touchdown, and of course, you can hear the reversers less. Now, that's not a concern with this 777. It'll probably just coast and do an idle reverse landing, as most of the wide bodies of KLM do. So there's still airplanes going to the central runway, although I do believe that the first airplane to the Polderbaan is now turning in. Looks like KLM Flight 912 arriving from Aberdeen is the first airplane going to the Polderbaan again. Looking around, insofar as I can see the runway, it is hard to see if anything is going on, a runway inspection. I'm not seeing any vehicles on the runway, although it is a bit harder to look to the south from over here. Not seeing any runway inspections in progress, but that's not to say that nothing is happening. Now looking to the north, you can see that things are opening up. The clouds that you see are in the foreground, so I would say that the glide slope visibility is now unobstructed. And that is good news. That is good news. Patrick is wondering if there's also a Yorkshire Terrier over here. Not that I have seen thus far, but maybe if Yorkshire Terrier is in the chat, let him or her speak up. Hey, plastic and metal. Well, I hope you'll enjoy them for a long time to come, Ricardo. Sounds very nice. The orange Pride and a Lufty A380. Is the Lufthansa A380 in the new livery or the old livery? The one with the blue-white logo or the blue-yellow logo? Aviation Nerd Milo, good morning. Bert, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. The first next airplane to Polderbaan is over there. It's an E2 Embraer 195. There's a moped on the cycling path over here. This is KLM Flight 912 arriving from Aberdeen. The orange Pride is coming to Polderbaan. That is good news, Maria. Thank you for letting us know. Joe Bima also back in the chat. Good to see you. Rudy, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. So yeah, glide slope visibility right now has improved because all the clouds that were in the north prior have gone. This is in the foreground. So I think we currently have unobstructed glide slope visibility. Looking to the west, where there was a crowd until just now, but now no more. So I can show you what the west looks like. This is where the wind is coming from. And you can see more open weather type is drifting in. That's not to say that it is completely sunny here yet, but things are opening up. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the east. Beautiful cloud formations over there. No clouds flipping us off yet, which is a relief to see that they have started behaving better. This is what the wind looks like on the scale of chimney smoke. 1747 already landed. It landed on the wrong runway. Another one will do the same. 2 more 747s are expected. So there's 3 still coming in and 2 of them will land on this runway expectedly. The Orange Pride has been confirmed to land on this runway. Fingers crossed the same will go for the retro Transavia that is now also approaching and is arriving around 12. PK Chavel Twins says you should not spot airplanes but scooters in the next stream, or fat bikes. I have been thinking about doing that. I kid you not. Yeah, there's interesting stuff going on around Schiphol and particularly around the Polderbaan with all the farmland. Now it seems that the bird controller is not too far from where I'm standing. I'm not seeing him or her right away, but you could hear the fireworks being set off just now. Oh, almost looked like it was going to touch down and then it veered up a little. Still. Well executed landing. Right, center has closed. Well, almost. I think this is the last airplane for the time being going there. Air going, flight Pegasus. Oh. Okay. Now we also know why the bird controller was setting off some explosives just now. Yeah, and as I thought, unobstructed glide slope visibility. 3 airplanes. There are more on the glide slope already. Is the 4th visible? I find it hard to see out here with all the reflections. Clouds should no longer be a limiting factor in seeing the glide slope. 2 narrow bodies, 2 wide bodies, 2 consecutive 777-300ERs in fact. The second of the 2, the Orange Pride. Ah, nieuwe logo, right. Nice, Ricardo. Hey, good news, Maria. Thank you for letting us know. Retro Transavia has also been assigned to the right runway, namely this runway. Still hoping for a landing while the sun is shining. Things are opening up. Right now there's a cloud in the way, but still hoping for that sun illuminated retro landing. That might be a thumbnail in the future. Right, in the pipeline right now, Embraer 190 in the foreground, arriving from Basel, KLM flight 1944, KLM flight 758 in the background. That's the 777-300 arriving from Panama City, and the Orange Pride is going to be next after that. KLM flight 604 returning from LAX. If you guys have been enjoying what you've been seeing thus far, don't forget to leave a like. Your likes and subscriptions really help to promote the channel's content to new people, new viewers, people who would want to join our awesome community if only they knew we existed. And liking and subscribing is a free way to help us reach that, reach those people, I should say. Peekaboo! And again, on that edge of the control panel, which I imagine is probably very sticky because all the pilots seem to be doing it. It's double triple time, ladies and gentlemen. 2 consecutive 777-300ERs. One from Panama City, the other from LAX. The one from LAX is the KLM Orange Pride. Here in the foreground, KLM flight 758 arriving from Panama City. 9 hours and 33 minutes underway according to Flight Radar as we speak. The Papa Hotel Bravo VW. And this 777 is 4 years old. First flight was in January 2021. Ah, and there's the bird controller. Mark H is tuning in from Hong Kong again. Welcome back, mate. Perfect timing. Adri also back. Perfect timing. Next up, Orange Pride. Retro Transavia also coming in. Will be landing on this runway. Thus far, if you joined us only later or may have needed to go away temporarily, you may have missed the landing of a Cathay Pacific Cargo 747-8, but it landed on the center runway. There are 3 more 747s coming in, arriving before 1:45. 2 of them are almost certainly going to land over here. One of them will probably go away to the center runway again. The A380 is also expected. And of course the Orange Pride. And not long hereafter, the Transavia Retro. Fingers crossed. This is of course the Orange Pride, the BVA, returning from LAX. 9 hours and 51 minutes on the way. Let's look and listen to the beautiful Orange Pride. Another wheelie competition competitor. Very nice. Very nice. Of course, the flap surfaces look immaculate, as those of most KLM widebodies do. Mario sees the Orange Pride for the 3rd time today. Oh, that's amazing. The previous 777 already vacating the Polderbaan runway area. The Orange Pride still has to vacate the runway. Next airplane coming in is number 190. In fact, the next 2, 3, 4, what the fudge? Airplanes coming in, 4 consecutive Embraer 190s. So if you guys are a fan of Embraer 190s, it's your lucky day. We are going to see 4 of them back to back. Ah! Land and depart at LAX. There you go. Round trip day then. When you go to bed tonight, you can rest assured knowing that you have seen the Orange Pride 3 times. Wow. Hey, Mark, gifting a membership just now. You can do this. That's a nice username. Is the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. You can do this. Now, what you can do with this membership is of course using the custom emojis. Have fun with them. Don't forget to say thank you to Mark. By all means, have fun with the custom emojis. That goes for all members, new and old, gifted or non-gifted. Custom emojis are there for you guys to be enjoying. Have fun with them, get creative with them. Use them as inappropriately as you can think of. Make us laugh with them. But use them first and foremost. Right, and Embraer 190, you would have never guessed. This was KLM flight 984, arriving from London City. Next up, 972, arriving from Humberside. Is that a couple almost wearing the same garments? Now, just for the record, things are opening up considerably. It's not completely sunny by any means, but the bits of blue in the sky are becoming more sizable. Now, not so much yet to the southeast, so looking for traffic from Frankfurt is a bit difficult. Traffic to Frankfurt, then again, I am able to see quite well from over here, also with the sun on the other side. The left side is providing the most contrast right now. Eddie says Team USA livery incoming. That is good news. Is that the A330? Is that flight 144? It is. It's been a while since we last saw the LA28 A350, hasn't it? Back when it was just new, we saw it days on end, I think for 2 weeks or so. I don't think I've seen it ever since. Then again, it's just like how United sometimes uses a 767-400. Thus far, it has been between Washington DC and Schiphol, and then they fly it on a daily basis, and then for months on end, you don't see it anymore. Indeed, Erin, things are expected to improve even further with opening up. That is exactly what is expected. Summery weather, it's definitely not cold. I'm happy that I'm standing here with just shorts on. Well, no need to tell you what airplane type this is. You already know. This is the third of 4 consecutive Embraer 190s. This is flight 954, arrival from Newcastle. 54 minutes on the way. After this, one more. Then an A321neo, A-Jet. I think the Team USA will be next after that. That's the A330neo. And although we have seen quite a few pilots doing wheelies, we haven't seen Captain Wheelie yet. It's even a no reverser landing there. Yep. Those remain shut. American Airlines overhead, Dutch plane spotter is saying, I think I can hear something. I'm not seeing a contrail, so I need to happen to see it. Right now, directly overhead, there is a small cloud, so I did think I heard it. Right now, I'm not seeing it. Hey, Reticent Wife, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Welcome back, Simi. Hope all is well. The 4th consecutive Embraer 190. Flight 1174, arrival from Stavanger. Hadi Gerrit, goedemorgen. Welcome back. Frog in my throat. You know what that means. Hey there, Jonathan. Good morning. Stormy Edinburgh.
Bruh.
Didn't know it was stormy in Edinburgh. I thought you guys had KVK weather year round. All the best there, mate. All the best there, and welcome back. Welcome to all, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at a now sunny Polderbaan. Wind is blowing from the west. That means that the wind that is blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading, and it is causing a bit of crosswind, although I have the feeling that earlier in the morning it was a bit more windy than it currently is. What wind there is blowing is a slight breeze, and you can also see the windmills in the background are moving that quickly. This is A-Jet, having arrived from Istanbul. A321neo. 3 hours and 24 minutes on the way. What? Seems a bit much. Considering normally it would be around 3 hours journey. Bit blowy and a bit of rain. Good Scottish summer. It sure sounds like it. Think there's an A380 passing overhead, right where there's a cloud in the way. Or is it further in my zenith? No, it should be a bit lower. I think I ought to be able... Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. No, it's not an A340. It is a 747 by the looks of it. Lufty. Anyway, Team USA is next. Oh, a bit smoky, which is interesting. It is a relatively new airplane, isn't it? The November 411 Delta X-Ray. USA, USA. Hey, hey, hey. Interesting to see those exhaust gases so clearly, since this is an airplane from May 2021 and only 4 years old still. Right, well, the window of opportunity to be seeing contrails once again has passed. I do believe I see something over there. That must have been the A380 that you guys were referring to. All right, it's a bit further over there already. There's your A380. Right, two airplanes on the glide slope, an Embraer 175 and a 737-800. KLM and Transavia. The third airplane that you can see without the lights on already is Delta Airlines Flight 136. That's an A330neo arriving from Detroit. And it was an A380 Houston to Dubai. There you go. Right, pretty soon we should start seeing the Transavia Retro. That's the third airplane on approach now. No, the fourth? No, the third. Or is the fourth? The fourth. Switching from being very far zoomed out to much further zoomed in. Here we have an Embraer 175. Floating in. And again on the edge of the instrument panel. I imagine that once they lay it on there, they cannot let go anymore because of the stickiness. So if all is well, this is the Retro Transavia in full 400 times digital zoom. It looks like this, pixelated AF. And fully zoomed out. This is what it looks like. Telescope mode, disengaged. Transavia flight 5792 up next, arriving from Preveza. That's in Greece. Greece is bliss, according to Sky Express. 2 hours 52 minutes. This airplane has flown to get here. The Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Golf. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. And Retro Transavia behind it. Retro Transavia arriving from Faro. And would you believe it, more cloudiness seems to be drifting in right now. So this is where the wind is blowing from. And if you look behind me where the sun is at, and you can see what is coming. Once again, the weather gods getting in our way. If it isn't ATC, it's the weather gods. I'm still looking for a beautiful sunny picture of the Transavia Retro. Looks like we're not going to be lucky today. Andy also back in the chat. Good to see you, Andy. Perfect timing. Retro Transavia number 2 to land after Delta Airlines Flight 136 arriving from Detroit. Okay, another one of the highlights of the show. The Transavia Retro is next to land here, arriving from Faro in Portugal. 2 hours and 31 minutes on the way, second consecutive day we are seeing it land here on the Polderbaan. Now, over here the sun has begun to shine. Mr. Blue Sky, don't fail us now. It's the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Delta. Its delivery flight was Friday, well, it was exactly 2 weeks ago, wasn't it? And we witnessed it from the Kaagbaan, although it landed on Aalsmeerbaan. Here she is, 2 hours and 31 minutes on the way. Boop the snoot, indeed. Michael also back, Sarah back, perfect timing guys. Gerard, goedemiddag. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landings of a Cathay Pacific 747 to the center runway and the Orange Pride here on the Polderbaan already. There are 3 more 747s on the way, 2 of which are expected to land over here. The A380 is still inbound. Plenty more coming, all before 1:45 p.m. Transavia butt shot to boot. Redison Guy also back in the chat. We've been there, but we haven't seen it. Yeah, wrong runway. Well, we could see it from a distance. Theoretically, it was visible from where we were standing. But it wasn't the best shot. Absolutely not. In the meantime, a very good afternoon to everybody else who has joined. Erkops, goedemiddag. Erwin, goedemiddag. Uffel80, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, things are opening up. And let's see, Embraer 190, Embraer 175. Let's have a look and see on Flight Radar what else is in store. Check it out. There's plenty more coming. We're not done yet. The next airplane to arrive and expected to land here on the Polderbaan is Cargo Air ACT, arriving from Dubai World Center and flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo. That is underway. Saudia is expected around 1:05. That's probably going to the wrong runway, and the same can be said of the Emirates A380 with an ETA of 1:44. Another 747 expected for the Polderbaan, round 126. That's Atlas Air. Jesus is flying back to Person-Chester from Oslo and is not arriving. And we did see a glimpse of the SLM A340 as it was leaving from runway 24. So yeah, 1, 2, 3 more 747s and the A380. And these two will land on the Polderbaan. This one will not. This one will also not land on the Polderbaan, but we can still see that quite well from over here. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more to see. Sit back and relax. And if you guys are enjoying what you've been seeing thus far, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help us reach a wider audience and want to help for free. The next airplane arriving is an Embraer 175 KLM flight 1788 arriving from Hanover in Germany. 45 minutes of flight time. The Papa Hotel EXT Echo X-Ray Tango. The wind, insofar as there is any blowing today, is blowing from the west at a straight angle, in other words, perpendicularly to the runway heading. Earlier in the show, the airplanes were crabbing a bit more. That was because we had more wind then. The wind is calming down. ACT assigned to the Polderbaan. Thanks for letting us know there, Maria. Jurgos back in the chat and Marky as well. Welcome, lads. Welcome back. Hope you've been well. Happy Friday to each and every one of you. So as expected, the next 747 is going to land over here on the Polderbaan. ACT. So better act quickly. Mike O also back in the chat. Another good day to have AMS live in the background, while working. I've heard that several times before. People having the stream on in the background. It's background noise to work on. AMS Live has been your go-to channel to procrastinate from work and school since 2022. Although you can also use it to be more productive at work. I think. Surely it must be for some people. Polderbaan is now the only runway for inbound traffic. That's going to stay like so until approximately 1 o'clock. So another hour, 55 minutes or so of all inbound traffic coming to this runway. The next airplane is a bigger one, a Widebody KLM flight 765 arriving from Boner. 8 hours and 55 minutes on the way. It's the PHALB FWAB. The FWAB is 20 years old. The first flight was in July 2005. Hey there Wessel, goedemiddag. Nothing better than having AMS live on when working from home. Working from home, working in the office, it doesn't matter. AMS live is always good to have on in the background. Traffic passing overhead. Looks to be a 737. Redison 5 agrees. Yes, the best I can do is to mute the stream during calls. Yeah, definitely make sure you do, otherwise you might get some strange faces. What is that I'm hearing? What the fuck? Or in this case, what the flop? Lufty 747 overhead, left to right, right to left, from where to where? I am not seeing anything just yet, so where is it, where is it going to, and where is it coming from? Usually helps for me to find the airplane. Frankfurt to New York JFK. So I know where I need to look. Right now, looking in that direction, this is what I am seeing. The entire route, I think there's a small contrail remnant over there. So I think one contrail is going to emerge right there where the sun is at. So yeah, let's see if we can catch a glimpse of it. It's already hurting my eyes looking in that direction. Now the sun is also appearing. Oh wait, no, it was passing by. I think it already passed by over there, a bit south of me. Clouds in the way. The only thing I can see is a bit of contrail remnant. This is Transavia flight 5806, arriving from Thessaloniki in Greece. 2 hours and 47 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Zulu. So this is the first airplane of the rentals. The last letter of the registration is one of the first letters of the alphabet, like A, B, C. It is one of Transavia's own. Last letter of the registration being one of the last letters of the alphabet indicates a rental / lease. Not sure if it is a lease construction or a rental construction. Probably have their own personnel by now. Right. Daarom next. Another Malta Med Air Casper the Ghost all-white airplane flying on behalf of KM Malta. Daarom. Arriving from Bucharest. Daarom flight 361, 2 hours and 36 minutes on the way. A320, 9 Hotel, Marie, Mike, Oscar. Hey, interesting. Crate 043 says still in Suriname and the Antonov 124-100 is here at Zonderij. That is really nice. Don't get to see them very often, particularly not on the ground. Better take some pictures and footage from that while you still can. That's a nice treat. Malta Med Air applying the reversers there, quite clearly audible. Hadi Hans, goedemiddag, and good afternoon all others who have joined. Hey, Yin also back in the chat, good to see ya. Yin wonders any 747 landing soon today. Well, there are a couple still underway. Let's see, E2 Embraer, 737. I can take a break from filming those narrow bodies and show you what is in store. So have a look with me on Flight Radar. There is a 747 already in Dutch airspace. It has been assigned to the Polderbaan. It's going to land in a couple of minutes. It's Cargo Air ACT, flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo. That's going to arrive first. Saudia is flying in the German airspace. Will probably be landing on the center runway with its ETA of 105. And expected for the Polderbaan around 126 is Atlas Air, another 747-8 arriving from Miami, Florida. And around 1:45 we are expecting the Emirates A380. By then also still going to the center runway. Wind right now, while the ticker is already giving you constantly renewing METARs. The METAR visually still shows that the wind is blowing from the west, 9 knots. Temperature a degree higher, 22 degrees C, that's roughly 74. So yeah, a couple of 747s underway still. In fact, 3 of them, 2 of which are going to land over here. 1 will probably get away. And of course, the A380. So that's 4 airplanes, 4 quad-engined airplanes. That's 16 airplane engines on 4 airplanes that we are going to see. Nicely divided between the 2 runways. And Danky is tuning in from the UK. Welcome to the channel, mate. Nice of you to say hi. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. There are a lot of viewers here today. Most of them are friendly. Some of them are knowledgeable. All can give you silly answers, and some of them can even give you good answers. Also, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you want to help this channel for free, liking and subscribing helps us reach a wider audience. The likelihood of new people finding the channel increases by your likes and subscriptions. Now, if you are gluten intolerant, it's best to look away. The next airplane might give you the cramps otherwise. A319 from EasyJet flight 22515 is arriving from London Luton, aka Celiac City. Now, the flight time is 38 minutes, that is nominal. All London airports, regardless of which one it is, usually average around 40 to 45 minutes of flight time, so 38 minutes is completely nominal. The registration of this airplane is Gezai. Gezai. That's G-E-Z-A-J. AJ. Ali. Nah, just kidding. The airplane is crabbing slightly. Wind is blowing perpendicularly to the runway we're heading, but it's 9 knots. It's single digits. It's not very hard. So not a lot of crabbing going on. Edwin is asking about the wind. I just showed you the meter, and you can also read the meter in the ticker. It is blowing from the west with 9 knots. Edwin, thank you so much for the super chat for an ice cream this afternoon. Well, thank you so much, Edwin. Much appreciated. I think I'll have lunch first before having ice cream, but thank you so much for that super chat. Much appreciated. It is starting to get start to become ice cream weather again. It was pretty cool and rainy earlier in the week. And even this morning we still had a lot of cloudiness. Now finally things are opening up. It's expected to stay more open, more sunny, more warm in the upcoming days, with even warmer temperatures after the weekend. This is Hans' favorite, vueling, Vueling. So many names for the airplane with the 1 dot. This airplane is arriving from Barcelona, 1 hour and 46 minutes on the way. The EC Mur. Jörg wonders if they removed the pipes from the runway. They haven't. I'm standing further to the north. I'm standing north of the excrement pipes for the first time to see if maybe there will not be so many people standing around me, so that hopefully there will not be any interference in the stream upload. Since yesterday, even though it was only a Thursday, at moments we had buffering and it was really busy standing further south, closer to the parking lot. The further north you go, the more secluded, of course. The longer you have to walk, the less people, and hopefully the better the reception. I haven't heard anybody reporting buffering yet. Hopefully me mentioning this out loud doesn't mean I've jinxed it, but it does seem to have worked thus far. Next up is Shamrock, an A321neo, Aer Lingus, flight 604, arrival from Dublin. 58 minutes on the way, nominal flight duration, Irish registered EILRF, Lima Romeo Foxtrot. There it is. Mike O says, I do not know much about knots, etc. too. I just enjoy the machines and basic info. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. A knot is 1.8 kilometer per hour. Which is interesting because a mile per hour is 1.6 kilometers per hour. So it's a different type of mile, a nautical mile, I think. The nautical mile is 1.8 kilometers, if I recall correctly. No, Jay back in the chat, but unfortunately announcing that he has to leave Amsterdam again already. That is such a pity, man. I hope you had a good stay. I hope you enjoyed. It certainly wasn't the best summery weather last week. Although most of the time temperatures were reasonable and it has been dry most of the time. It was a great time in Amsterdam, but now it is time to go home. Are you leaving today, Jay? My mate, pilot Sachtler, is at the Polderbaan, at the Kaagbaan, so maybe he'll be able to catch your departure. In the meantime, Mehmet just now gifting a membership once more. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. I see that Drew Gambino is the recipient. Welcome back, Drew. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet and enjoy the custom emojis that you now have once again at your disposal for a month. A massive big thank you to Mehmet and welcome back, Drew. 5 p.m. Jay will be leaving. I'm not sure if Sander is there by then, if he's still there. Pilot Sachtler HD, he was in the chat this morning. He is at the Kaagbaan today, but I don't know until when. Not sure if he's still watching the stream and if you can hear that we are discussing him. If you are watching Sander, until when do you plan to stay? And another gifted membership just now by Mehmet. Mate, thank you so much. Graham, the recipient. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, Graham. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet and enjoy the custom emojis. Mehmet, once again, thank you so much. Another member courtesy of you. King Kong, good afternoon, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Jacco, goedemiddag. That was Transavia arriving here. The 747 is going to be next. Brace for impact. She's turning in. Compass Air Cargo, flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9993. She's turning in. That's a beautiful 747-400 freighter. It's a freighter. Registration Lima Zulu, Charlie Juliet Bravo. 6 hours and 27 minutes on the way from Dubai World Center to Amsterdam, and that is almost exactly the same duration that the A380 usually takes to get from Dubai International to Amsterdam. So looks like it has flown the same route. Obviously it is flying on behalf of Emirates, so it's probably using the same routing that the Emirates A380 usually does. And this is a 22-year-old airplane. If it looks pixelated, that is because I'm using moderate digital zoom to show you the extension of the gear. First flight of this airplane was in September 2002, so next month this airplane is going to turn 23. The gear is extended. It's the second queen of the show. There are two more expected. So if you only joined us later and you don't have anything to do, stick around. The A380 is still coming and two 747s, all before 1:45 p.m. local time. You can find the local time in the bottom left corner of your screen. Indeed, Wolfgang, let's see if the greets that you put on it while it was passing overhead not too long ago have not fallen off in the meantime. Hopefully they didn't run into any turbulence. Let's see if this one will get loud.
747 Sky Lounge, 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 Sky Lo
What a beautiful machine. Going back to the top end of optical zoom. And I still need to zoom out a bit further to also show you the ground. So yeah, ever so slightly it is crabbing. There's a slight breeze. The breeze is from the west, causing a bit of crosswind, but nothing substantial. Fingers crossed it's going to get loud. Fingers crossed we might also get to see a wheelie. Quite a few wide-body pilots already did what is technically speaking called aerodynamic braking. Let's see if the pilot of this airplane will too. It looks different from the picture on Flight Radar. We've got duped. They duped us. The picture on Flight Radar is no longer accurate. It's dated. And it also did an idle reverse landing. Wah, wah, wah. What a disappointing landing. Well, in the audio department, of course, visually, nothing disappointing about a 747 landing. In the meantime, I saw that Thijs also just now gifting a membership. Manny Fico is the recipient of the gifted membership. Manny, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Have fun with the custom emojis that are now at your disposal for a month. Don't forget to say thank you to Thijs. Thijs, thank you so much for your generosity. Man, that was a bit of a disappointing landing audio, technically speaking. Stupid electric motors these days, indeed, Mike. Pfft. Yeah, Jeff, I do want to speak to the manager. This cannot be. Do they know who I am? Yeah, I think you're right, Malky. Get back in the air and do that again. We know you can do it. The new livery was the greetings I painted on it, Wolfgang says. Well, in that case, your greetings did arrive unscathed. I'm happy to say that the next couple of airplanes are all going to be wide bodies back to back, so indulge. This is KLM flight 744, arriving from Lima in Peru. In the meantime, a Vespa scooter was passing by on the cycling path. This is KLM flight 744, arriving from Lima in Peru. Peru is not too far from 11 hours and 34 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Victor Charlie, the BVC. Mehmet once again gifting a membership just now. Mehmet, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Dennis is the recipient. Dennis, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet for your gifted membership and enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. 34 of them. I implore all members, new and old, to make use of them. Get creative with them. Make us laugh. They're there to be had fun with. Make sure you do. Particularly if you are a gifted member. Time is running out. Unless, of course, you renew the membership. Next up, Delta Airlines, flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 28 minutes on the way, the November 811 November Whiskey. And the airplane flying behind it, which is still turning in and should enter the field of view somewhere below from the left. I thought for a moment I heard a helicopter or something. South Island Aviation also back in the chat. Tuning in from New Zealand, Kia ora. This is Delta Airlines Flight 164. Arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and the airplane following it. Can we see it already? Yeah, far left. That's KLM Flight 751. That's arriving from Guayaquil, and that actually is in. Anyway. Another 777 following. Not exactly behind it, because after the triple arriving from Guayaquil will be TAP Air Portugal first. An A320neo narrow body to cleanse the palate, after which we are going to resume with at least one more wide body. And zooming out, can we see more? No, it's going back to narrow bodies after that. So 4 wide bodies with TAP Air Portugal between the 3rd and 4th wide body. The Delta A330 has been flying for 7.5 hours now, according to Flight Radar. It is 20 years old. Its first flight was in July of the year 2005. And I see that we have crossed through 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that. I'm happy to hear you guys are enjoying what we are doing here today. I hope that goes for everybody. Reversers definitely activated on the Delta A330. No question. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider adding to the likes. It'll bring in new people who haven't heard of the channel yet, but who would also want to join our already awesome community if only they knew of our existence. KLM Flight 751 is next, arriving from Guayaquil. In fact, a port city over there. It's interesting, I think with all drug-related violence, Ecuador has become one of the most dangerous countries that you can go to in Latin America at the moment. It used to be Colombia that people were advised to avoid, and I think now Colombia is relatively safe to go to, actually. So it's interesting to see how times have changed. Obviously, Guayaquil and Quito, the two destinations in Ecuador that KLM flies to. 10 hours 56 minutes. This airplane has journeyed back from Guayaquil back to Amsterdam. The Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Mike. It is a 777-200. 19 years old. First flight March 2006. I see that Jörg just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Probably because we crossed through 500 likes. You did not have to do that, Jörg. Thank you so much. You did it anyway. That is extremely generous of you. Thank you so much for that. And I hope that everybody who just now received a gifted membership from Jörg will also say thank you to him. Or Dankeschön. He understands that as well. Thank you so much, Jörg. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Have fun with the custom emojis, guys. $34 of them. Wilma also in the chat. Good to see you, Wilma. I'm not sure if I said hi already. Bevroren patat also in the chat. Good to see you. Welcome back, Bevroren patat. Bevroren patat is Dutch for frozen fries. I thought we also recently saw patatje mayo in the chat, which is fries with mayonnaise. You can see just how popular fries are in the Netherlands by the number of people having taken up that name in their username. Matthias, good afternoon. Tuning in from Stockholm. Welcome to the show, mate. Hope all is well with you and with everybody else who is watching. You're watching AMS Live still. We're here at the Polderbaan runway 1 right for another half hour, the only runway for arriving traffic. And in today's show, already the Orange Pride has landed. The Retro Transavia has landed. Both of them landed here on this runway. One 747 already landed here. Another one landed on the center runway. Two more are underway. One will land on the center runway and one will land over here. The A380 is also still underway. It will unfortunately land on the center runway, but we should still be able to see it quite well from over here. So two more 747s and the A380 all expected in the next hour and 15 minutes. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, because I am going to stick around over here to catch them all, just like Pokemon. TAP Air Portugal, not being flown by pilots, but by tap dancers, landing here, having arrived from Lisbon. 2 hours and 23 minutes on the way. Hey, Atlas 747 popped up on radar, Wolfgang says. I'm assuming here on Schiphol Airport, outbound. Or is there a bonus queen inbound underway? Which would also be a sweet treat. Big picture overview. This is looking to the east. And a tractor over there in the field with cut grass, I think. Probably. It's a green tractor. Is that a Dutch? I've been watching more and more farming videos and YouTube channels. I'm starting to learn more and more about farming. Extremely interesting. Wish we would get that in elementary school or in high school as well. Here in urban Netherlands, at least when I grew up, we didn't. I feel I've missed out on a lot of useful information. Outbound, there you go. Well, keep us posted, Wolfgang. Do you already know where the 747 is going to fly to? Jörg has to go back into Lurker's Lounge again. Well, thanks for stopping by, Jörg. It was nice to have you here while it lasted. Hopefully we'll see more of you during the weekend then. Okay, left flight 622. 777-300 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours 42 minutes the flight time. And this is the BVF, Bravo Victor Foxtrot. So, where did the tractor go? That I saw just now. I'm pretty sure that it is not the one over there. Or is it? Huh? Has it really moved so quickly? Well, could have been. Filling up for more? Or are they going to... Oh, they're probably going to empty it, right? And then they're going to hoist it into the bigger truck to get it out. Airbomb, good afternoon. Ah, there's the tractor that we saw just now. Right. In the background, by the way, Rembrandt Tower and another one of those towers. Those stand right next to Amsterdam Amstel Station. It's a train station to the east of Amsterdam, where the subways also drive the main line. To give you a bit of an indication of where we are located. So yeah, I'm thinking they're probably full of cut grass and they're going to empty the trailers over there so that it can be put in the bigger truck. In the meantime, we have an Embraer coming in. Already a bit further this way. No, still that way. I was zoomed in too far. Embraer 190 with a little wheelie to boot. Another prime farming show, perhaps, Marky. Maybe. Not sure to what extent I could pull that off without permission of those being filmed, although they probably will not be recognizable at such a big distance, so might be a cheap option. Hey, Lisa also back in the chat, good to see you. Incoming Saudi cargo is all of a sudden flying a 270-ish route at 25,000 feet while over the middle of Germany. Not logical, Flores says. Unless they are going to direct it to the Polderbaan and maybe let it arrive via Brussels and the province of Zeeland. It doesn't make sense, but I have seen airplanes fly into the Netherlands before coming from the east like that. In fact, I've also been returning to the Netherlands from Innsbruck once. We flew to Brussels and then over Zeeland and landed on the Polderbaan. While normally you would fly over Germany and enter into the Netherlands from the east of the Netherlands around Enschede or something. So yeah, we'll have to see. As long as it's not diverting to a different airport than Schiphol, we should still be able to see it quite well once it does arrive. Ah, interesting. Adri is telling that the grass is being dried and then pressed until it is cattle feed. That is interesting. This is KLM flight 1502, arriving from Madrid. 737-700. 1 hour 55 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Golf, Mike. The airplane passing overhead to the north. That looks like a 737 as well. I'm wondering, did we already miss the departure of the Finnair A350? Or was there no A350 today coming in? In the meantime, I had to remove a spider that was dangling on a web thread from the tip of my cap right before my eyes. Joep, goedemiddag and good afternoon to all others who have joined us. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and if you joined us here today only just now, you may have missed a few arrivals already. 2 747s, one to the Polderbaan, one to the central runway, have already landed. The A380 is still underway. There are 2 more 747s on the way. One of them is expected to land over here. The other we don't know yet. That's the Saudiyah. Retro Transavia has already landed here, as has the Orange Pride. When looking at the meter, we can see that the wind is blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading. It's not the latest meter. Let's refresh. Well, I was thinking it was going to load a little, but there you go. It's already here. Wind is blowing from the west, just a tad north of west, 10 knots. Has been very constant all throughout. The temperature has 22 degrees C, roughly 74 F. Still few clouds at 2,000 feet. Lovely weather. Okay, what's happening here? The Saudiyah all of a sudden is flying an interesting route. I thought maybe they were going to divert it like to Brussels and then have it come to the Netherlands like so. Now it looks like they're avoiding a bit of sky over there. Interesting to see what's going on there. It should on paper be the next arrival, but whether or not that's going to happen remains to be seen. Atlas, in the meantime, has arrived over England, southwest England, now an ETA of 122, and the A380 has entered into, I think that's Bavaria, right? It's the southeast of Germany, ETA 144. I'm wondering particularly what the 747 is doing. Usually airplanes continue on this course, enter into the Netherlands over here, and they're being directed to the Polderbaan like such. Now flying towards Osnabrück, a bit away from the Dutch border. So yeah, interesting to see what's going to happen there. Those are the 3 airplanes that we are still waiting for. Let's see what's going to happen with the 747. For now, more approaches over here. EasyJet A319 arriving from Milan. It's 12:43, and that means that in 17 minutes from now, the secondary runway, the central runway, is also going to open up again for arrivals from the east. So that's why I'm thinking we are still not missing out on anything with the way the Saudia 747 is now flying, as long as it's still coming to Schiphol and isn't going to divert to a different airport. If you guys could keep an eye out for what the Saudia is doing. If it is descending, it might be diverting, but Flight Radar just now wasn't mentioning any of the sort, so I'm still thinking it might be a quirky vectoring by an air traffic controller while still being underway to Schiphol. Ah, and there is patatje mayo. Interesting. I just mentioned how when Bevroren Patat was coming in the chat that fries are a popular food item to have usernames be named after. And I was mentioning that we also recently saw a patatje mayo in the chat, and as it happens you're back. Well, welcome back. Hey brother, Bevroren Patat says. Absolutely beautiful. Hey Lisa, I'm thinking about something to eat for tonight. Can you guess what it is? In the meantime, Arjan van Vught, mate, what are you doing? He just now gifted 5 memberships. That is extremely generous of you, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. If you are one of the recipients of Arjan's 5 gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you or dankjewel to him. Have fun with the custom emojis that are now at your disposal. 34 of them. Use them the way you see fit. Arjan, thank you so much for your generosity, my friend. Good afternoon to you, and a massive big thank you. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Absolutely no idea, Lisa says. Please enlighten me. Well, I'm thinking there's a potato dish that you can deep fry. It's called fries, patat, or frietjes, as they say in the south. Sounds like something we should try. We both like potatoes. I think we have some lying around still. I think it goes well with self-made mayonnaise. Right, it's Iceland airtime now, ladies and gentlemen. Flight 500, arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. It's 767-300, the TFISW. We can already see some twinkling behind it. That's number 175, lot flight 263, arriving from Warsaw. Finny is asking an interesting question. What runway will Qatar land on? I'm thinking since it is still 1:45, it will probably land on the Polderbaan, but has somebody checked? And can somebody say with certainty? Lisa says, I never heard of that recipe before. You know, us Belgians don't have any famous potato dishes. No, that's right. You guys are only known for chocolate. That's right. And Biscoff. Well, we could give it a try. I'm just thinking out loud here. If you fancy something else instead, I'm all ears. Was just an idea. But if it is utter nonsense, just let me know. We'll figure it out. And beer. Oh yeah. Oh, it's speculoos. Apologies. Biscoff is not to be called Biscoff. It should be called speculoos. Just so you know. Think of your heart and blood pressure. Anyway, the 767, 2 hours and 36 minutes it has flown to get here. 27 years old, first flight October 1997. I know there's something about 1997 that should ring a bell to me, but I can't recall what it is. Do I sound like I am calm? The funny thing is I know exactly the tone of voice that Lisa will be saying it in. With her hands in her side. It sounds like you are very relaxed and very zen in the Bible you take. Hey, Renee is driving behind me on the N205. The N205, that's the road that is leading right next to us. Haven't heard anybody sounding the horn yet. Now at Schiphol there's always a lot to see. Flight 263 is arriving from Warsaw. It's an Embraer 175. And that's the horn I'm sounding. I'm hearing sound. That's Renee. I hope you guys were also able to pick that up. Definitely heard that one, Renee. Yeah, definitely. Some boys here behind me are also looking. They're also hearing the sound of the horn. That's somebody in the live chat who is driving past us. Rijdt iemand voorbij? Die toetert. Quite clearly audible. That is Renee. Loud and clear. Renee is obviously one of the trucks. I'm wondering which one it is. Is it this one? Or is it this one? Or is it this one? One of the three trucks, I think, is Renee. Fucking awesome. If it's not interacting with the pushback people at Schiphol, it is truck drivers passing by us a kilometer to the west of us. Everybody can hear it. Absolutely wonderful, Renee. Everybody can hear you loud and clear. The wind is blowing in our direction, but if you look in the scale of chimney smoke, the wind is definitely slowing down. We're getting more influence of high pressure here. That is also why it is opening up, and the wind is slowing down a little bit. Qatar cargo is coming in next from Doha. Oh shoot, and that's still a soundbite I have to make. Homer saying "do" and Nelson Muntz from The Simpsons saying "ha," and that behind after one another making "do, ha" from The Simpsons. Alright. Renee is also going to return again. I don't know what time that will be, Renee. I'm not sure until when I'm going to stick around. Probably I will end the stream around 1:45 after the 747 and the A380 have landed. But if you are in the vicinity, let us know beforehand and we'll listen for your honking. Milan is also back in the chat. MD Jakaria Hossein Jihad is also in the chat. This is the Qatar 777 freighter arriving from Doha. 6 hours and 22 minutes on the way. The Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot November. Seven-year-old airplane, first flight July 2018. Will she be heavy? Will she use the reversers? We'll soon find out. Klein uurtje. Well, we'll see if I'm still around by then, Renee. But make sure to let us know if the stream is still live when you are coming over. Okay, it's back to the narrow bodies for the time being. Now I'm wondering what the 747 from what was it again, from Saudi was doing. Okay, well, that's an interesting route that they have chosen to take, but now almost certainly landing on the center runway with this ETA, unfortunately. We're sticking around for the arrival of Saudia, for the arrival of Atlas, and of course the arrival of the A380. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more coming in the next hour. And if you join us only later, you may have missed quite a few already. In the meantime, Mehmet just now gifting another membership. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity, my friend. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Sten, who is the recipient. Have fun with the custom emoji, Sten. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet for your gifted membership. And have fun with the custom emojis. That goes for all members, new and old, gifted or non-gifted. Huh? What, Paul? What is that?
Bruh.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Paul? Paul is indicating that the 747 is assigned to the Polderbaan. We're talking about the Saudia 747. Are you sure, mate? What? Okay. Oh? That is so funny. Well, as my old geography teacher of my high school would always say, vraag niet hoe het kan, maar profiteer ervan. Don't ask why, but just profit off of it. It's not a good translation, but it does cover the meaning. Mehmet just now went ahead, gifted another membership, and I see it is Stove who was the recipient. Welcome back to the Sky Lounge, Stove. Have fun with the custom emojis, and don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet, who just now gifted you the membership. Mehmet, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome, Stove. Welcome back. I think you were a member before already at some point, so welcome back. EasyJet, in the meantime, having landed here, and this is the Gus HW. Or HM. Guzum. Bas is saying that the Saudia 747 is coming here. Well, strange, but nice. It's interesting because the first airplane to the center runway is approaching. KLM Flight 1270 is arriving from Copenhagen and shall be the first airplane to open up parallel arrivals hour from 1 till 2 approximately. There it is. And I'm thinking, I was just about to focus the camera on K1 that was standing there or approximately over there for a long time, but it's gone, and I think it has to do with maybe a bird inspection being in progress or commencing now that the EasyJet has vacated the runway. I do see that the bird control is now over there, but he doesn't seem to be making any moves that indicate the beginning of a runway inspection. I think we see, is that a lawnmower? It looks like a lawnmower. It's too small to be a combine harvester. It's not a combine harvester, it looks like a machine to cut grass with. So yeah, a surprise 747 bonus coming this way. And this is a class, but it's also a Jag. Oh, wow. Don't mind me, I'm just here in my Jag. Howdy, Lars. Good afternoon. And welcome to the show, everybody else. A small combine. Yeah, you could call it that. It's a Jag. Don't mind me, I'm just here driving along in my Jag. Hey there, Graham. And Graham says, did somebody give me a membership? It certainly looks like it. Wasn't it Mehmet? Mehmet just now gifting another membership. Speaking of him, don't spend any money that you cannot miss yourself, Mehmet. That would make me feel really uncomfortable. That goes for everybody. Mehmet just now gifting another membership, and the recipient is iBootje. iBootje, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. And thank you so much, Mehmet, for gifting iBootje a membership. I hope iBootje will enjoy it and will say thank you as well. More and more members. Mehmet again, indeed, Jesse. Rancho Fino Mallorca Rescue says, good afternoon from a very hot Mallorca. Super excited to be in the chat. Welcome and nice of you to say hi, mate. Welcome to the channel. It's nice of you to say hi. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to ask any questions that you might be having. Many people are watching. They're all friendly. I still dare to say that. They can give you crazy answers if you ask them silly questions. They can also give you crazy answers if you don't ask silly questions. But don't be afraid to ask any questions. Many people are watching and they'll know a lot together. Mehmet just now gifting another membership. JT, the recipient. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, JT. And Mehmet, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Another member, courtesy of you. And Dennis, Guten Morgen, tuning in from Germany. One of the recipients of the gifted memberships that were given today. And Mikey D just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. He became a member himself. That's also something that you can still do. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Mikey. Thank you for your vote of confidence, the vote of support. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. If you need to know where stuff is in the lounge, let me know. Or ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. This is Norwegian with a Karen on the tail. Will she also want to speak to the manager, I wonder? Not a Karen, but a Karen. So parallel arrivals have commenced. Narrow bodies for the most part. Hey, letter. Thanks for all your broadcasts. I come to the Polderbaan for years to watch the planes and admire nature. Thanks for showing the nature and Daisy Duck and other animals. It keeps me connected to the land I love and see the planes I enjoy. Also when I am in buitenland, bedankt. Well, thank you so much for your kind words. It's so nice to get a written letter saying that. Don't be afraid to interrupt and speak to me. That's perfectly fine if you want to. But you don't want to, you want to stay anonymous. We'll keep you anonymous, no worries. I'm happy to oblige and I'm happy to hear that you are enjoying what I'm doing. Dikke duim, thank you so much. Enjoy your day. Right. That was a handwritten letter that was just given to me by a lady who wants to stay anonymous. So I'm not going to film her departing. Second 747 on radar outbound, Wolfgang is indicating. That's good news. Where is it going to go to, I wonder? So we have a 737-700 over there, arriving from Hamburg. There's an Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds coming in for the Polderbaan. An E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Prague. Parallel flying behind the 737. Here's the Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds. Britty Hopper, Eastern Airways, flying on behalf of KLM. Arriving from Leeds with leaders, presumably. Not sure. In the meantime, Mehmet just keeps on giving memberships, and it was C who was the recipient. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, C. Now, if there's C here in the chat, do we also have... What is it again? C+, C strike, that other language? C sharp it was. If we have C, there also needs to be a C sharp in the chat. We have bevroren patat and we have patatje mayo. So we definitely need more C's then. And another gifted membership by Mehmet. Again, thank you so much for your generosity. Please don't be spending any money on AMS Live that you need yourself. Very much appreciated. Scotty H, the recipient of this gifted membership. So welcome C and welcome Scotty H. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet if you're one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. Have fun with the custom emojis, guys. It's 2 737-800s coming in next. Transavia arriving from Malaga, flight 6114. 2 hours and 26 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Kilo. Ryanair arrived from Dublin in the background behind it. Ah, there's C++ and C sharp. So there you go. We need more C's. Where's my Coke dealer? Wait, no, that's a different type of C. Atlas, line up, runway 24. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. Let me know once it is first to depart and starts rolling. God tier language embedded C. Oh, well, you guys are all talking in foreign language to me. I'm not sure what it all means. I just know that there are programming languages. I never heard of embedded C before, but apparently that's also a next level tier programming language. I wish all of you the best who speak the language and are fluent in it. I'll need to use a translator. All right, it's rolling. So let's leave the 737s for what they are and start focusing on runway 24, where a 747 is taking to the sky pretty soon. The sound you're hearing is a wide BMW from our friendly neighborhood, the police, doing a patrol. Atlas Air over there. Ryanair using the reversers here. So you're hearing Ryanair braking. And we can see Atlas Air taking off from runway 24. There's also Objective C. You guys need to stop with all the programming languages. That's too much for me now. I'm signing off. See you later. GE is back in the chat and super chats a question. First of all, thank you so much for your donation. And second of all, hello to you back to Pennsylvania, USA. What are the runway poles for? GE is wondering. And I'm thinking you are referring to the poles that you are seeing over here. They are to make a barrier to reinforce the dike. The dikes here have been fortified with additional sand. You can see a bit of where the old dike used to be. They've put some additional sand here. They're probably going to put some more in. And what they are going to do is drive in those poles in the bottom of the canal. And I think here is a hole where we can see. That's where also the workers have left off. The poles are driven in. Those poles are really long. They're almost 3 meters long, I think. They're almost twice as high as a man. And behind those poles, which are being placed at about a foot after one another, they'll place those barriers. So that's between the sand and the poles to make a fortification. Unfortunately, they still have to do that over here. Right now, the summer break for everybody who works in construction is going on, so I'm not expecting resumption of the works anytime soon. They still have some work to do. It's probably going to take a few more weeks before everything will be done here. Unfortunately, that means until then, visibility of the runway is impeded. Lisa has to go again. See you later. And Olaf also back in the chat, Lord Pilot. Herzlich willkommen. We're waiting for traffic to the Polderbaan. The next airplane should be a should be an Air France flying base, which I'm not sure that we can see already. I'm pointing the camera and zooming in. Oh wait, I have it. It was a bit further west than I thought it was based on what you can see on flight radar. There it is, Air France, actually quite easily recognizable as such. That's a Bombardier C Series 300 flying base coming to the Polderbaan in Vol as well. Now, interesting to see that there is also a Saudia 747 flying in the vicinity of Purmerend, which, standing a bit further to the south, should be in the vicinity of the scale of chimney smoke. So I'm thinking somewhere over there a 747 should be visible on paper. If it is in actuality visible, I wonder. Since those clouds are at an altitude that I think the 747 is flying in or above. I'm keeping the shot wide. I'm looking over the camera to see if I can see something moving regardless. I'm not seeing anything yet. I fear that the clouds are in the way of the 747. It should in the meantime have progressed a bit further to the Polderbaan, to which it has been assigned remarkably. I think I have it. Now let me see if I can also show you. Yep, there it is. Lucky there were some things on the ground that I could use as a guidance. So that's the Saudia 747 unexpectedly having been assigned to the Polderbaan, funnily enough, even though parallel arrivals should be in progress, although right now I don't see anything going to the center runway as we speak, so that's interesting. In the meantime, the Bombardier C Series 300 from Air France that was flying base just now has turned final. This looks more like shadows of clouds than actually the airplane flying through clouds. Now, what a nice little combo shot this is. So the 747 is number 3, and the number 2 that you see in the foreground is Sky Express arriving from Athens, which is also coming in for Polderbaan. So I'm wondering if center is still open, or maybe because there is little traffic arriving from the east, they'll just keep everything coming to the Polderbaan. I hope the latter, obviously. I hope that will also go for the A380. Unfortunately, that will arrive at a later time, and probably by then more traffic from the east will also be arriving. But a lucky break. It means that only one of the 4 747s in today's show will probably get away, unless of course ATC is screwing with us and is going to assign the Atlas Air that is arriving from Miami to the center runway. Wouldn't be surprised if ATC were to pull such a prank or something. It would be typical of them, wouldn't it? Cafe 747 lineup on runway 24. Thanks for the heads up there, Wolfgang. Yeah, also 747 coming in, now number 2. So it's going to coincide very unluckily. There she is already. Saudia Cargo. And Sky Express arriving from Athens. An A320neo in the foreground. Right, rolling. Rolling. Ah yeah, I have it already. Rotated quite early. It seems to be climbing steeply as well. Lightweight. Lightweight, baby. Miss Wolf's also back in the chat. Good to see you, Miss Wolfs. Hope you've been well. Perfectly timed for the arrival of the bonus 747 to the Polderbaan. It was on the way already, but I would have bet money on it that it would have been assigned to the center runway instead of having been assigned to the Polderbaan. So this is a bonus in my opinion. It's the third queen of the show. One already landed here. The other went to the wrong runway. Now, if you joined us only just now, you may have missed the arrival of the Orange Pride and the Retro Transavia as well, the A321neo. Sky Express landing here, and you can hear it. Miss Wolves wonders until when I will be live. Well, at least until the Emirates A380 will have landed, which is expected around 1:45 local time. Where's your mom flying into Amsterdam from? What's her ETA? PH Jet is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. That is Alex as well. Vinay, good afternoon. Welcome to everybody else who joined in the meantime. Third queen of the show, Saudia, flight 933, arriving from Jeddah with Jeddah Nights, the 9 Hotel Alpha Kilo Alpha, aka the 9H Haka Aka. 5 hours and 33 minutes on the way. Let's look and listen. Well, a wheelie and reversers. That was a beautiful landing and the best 747 landing that we have seen in this stream thus far. One more expected, so let's see how that will go. In the meantime, unfortunately, we can see that Air Baltic is going to the central runway, so parallel arrivals very much still in progress. That means that the Turkish A330 is going to the wrong runway, and anything else that is approaching from the east will too. What's this? Air Pan European arriving from Mostar. Mostar, wasn't that in Yugoslavia or something? Former Yugoslavia? BizJet. Embraer 145 underway. Oh, son-in-law. What flight will he be on? Mostar is in Bosnia, there you go. For some reason I still remember that name from when there was war in that region. not the best association to be having with Mostar. Oh yeah, that's from when there was a war going on, right? Oh, this is confusing. We now also have a Boyd in the chat. People often mistake my name for Boyd. My name is Boyd without the D. But we now also have a Boyd in the chat. Welcome, Boyd. Who is going to Guangzhou this Sunday with China Eastern. Nice. Is that with an A350? The angry looking A350? Probably, right? Bear with me was there, actually, in 93. Well, there you go. Luckily, you made it out alive. Close to it, right. Well, either way, not exactly a region and a time in history that you would want to be there. A350, nice, Boyd. Graham says, just pulled out my earphones by mistake. Now the wife knows I am here again. Nice. KLM flight 1006, arriving from London Heathrow. Expected in 34 minutes from now. Well, we should be able to stick around until it has landed that flight. No problem. Lovely weather here. It's getting sunnier by the hour. Air Transat flight 376, arriving from Toronto, Canada. A321neo. The Sea Joim. Charlie Golf Oscar India Mike. Almost 7 hours on board this airplane to cross the Atlantic Ocean. Has anybody ever looked into the prices of Air Transat versus KLM or Air Canada? How much would you save flying with Air Transat compared with one of the other carriers? If you flew economy, for instance. The wind, for insofar as there is any wind blowing, arriving from the west to northwest, more or less west. This is where the wind is coming from. This is what it currently looks like. Bit further to the south, bit more clouds. Bit further to the north, bit more clouds. Landing inward, certainly more clouds. If you use your imagination, you can see that the clouds are lined linearly in the direction of the runway heading. In Dutch we call it wolkenstraten. Literally translated into English, it means cloud streets. Quite a big chunk of blue sky. Steven and Sally Siegel are flying above me. I hope they're not waiting for me to die so that they can feast on my remains. Not seeing any contrails at the moment passing overhead, approaching. But we are able to see them quite well, better than we have been in previous hours. Vueling, fueling, welling, whatever you want to call it. Hans' favorite airline is coming in next. A320neo arriving from Barcelona. And somebody who went to Leiden Law School. Well, it's not sharp because I have the focus always set to infinity whenever I'm filming the airplanes. Vueling arriving from Barcelona, an A320neo, and flying parallel to it is a Turkish A330, flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. Let's first have a look at the landing of Welling and then we can transition to the A330. Graham now exposed. What's the consequences of you having been exposed, Graham? Do you need to do the dishes or is it something else? Next queen along final, Airbomb says. Is that so? Is it so close by already? Let me zoom out. Oh yeah, the 7478 is already on long final. In that case, let's see if we can catch it already. Yep, there it is. There she is. The fourth and last queen of today's show. She's still approaching. Not yet on the glide slope yet, not yet descending. Pretty far to the top end of digital zoom. You can see the gear is extending, the landing gear. Outer main gear, inner main gear. All goes relatively quickly if you compare it with the gear extension of the A380. Now the nose seems to be lowering a little bit. I think it is on the glide slope now. Fourth and final queen, and then we start the wait for the Emirates A380. And after that still KLM flight 100, what was it, 6? This is Atlas Air flight 8209 A747-8, which is arriving from Miami, Florida. Right now exactly 8 hours underway according to flight radar. It's the November 851 Gin Tonic. And that must... No, I thought it was one of the latest. It isn't actually. 13 years old already. First flight was in July 2012. So for a 747 it's actually an old one. Paul says that he thinks that the KLM flight with Miss Wolf's son-in-law on board will even arrive before the A380. Will he be a passenger or is he a pilot, Miss Wolf's? Because if he is a pilot, see if you can reach out to him and make sure we get a wave out of the cockpit. Do you know if he happens to be seated on the right hand side next to a window? Obviously, a shine the light moment would be the icing on the cake. Right, now if there is one airplane type that is capable of producing loud noises when using the reversers, it is the 747-8. It's basically the same as two Dreamliners with 4 GE, what was it, GENX engines. Let's see if the reversers will get applied here or if it is going to do an idle reverse landing. Uh-oh. Was it the other Atlas as well? Or was it? Was it Atlas? What was the other loud, not loud one? Or was it Compass? Now I don't remember. Two timid landings. Boo. That could have been so much better. Obviously not a disappointing landing, just that the audio could have been so much better. It was Compass that was so timid. Right. It was another Atlas that was the first landing here, right? Wasn't it? Which was the one that got away? What was that Atlas? Now I'm confused. Anyway, doesn't matter. The last queen of the show and the next quad squad member to arrive is going to be the Emirates A380. Very good afternoon to Incubus and all the others. And it is Compass that was so timid. Let's have a quick look and see. The A380 is about to enter Dutch airspace, so the runway assignment will follow any time now. Obviously, with the 747 from Saudi being a surprise visitor to this runway, I am hoping the same will happen with the A380. I'm not expecting it, but I am hoping for it. Alrighty, the next airplane to arrive over here is a KLM A321neo arriving from Persenchester. Here it is, all blue and shiny. It's Fax C, the Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Charlie. 44 minutes underway, seems nominal flight duration. The airplane age is brand new according to flight radar. In other words, less than a year old. First flight of this airplane was in November last year. Flying parallel to it is a 737 from Transavia returning from Heraklion in Greece. It's interesting to see how the wind is slowing down more and more. Even though the airplane still seems to be crabbing a little bit, it's nothing compared with what we've seen before. And also if you look at the scale of chimney smoke, which now shows a lot of verticality, compared with what we've seen before when it was more horizontal. Transavia 737, no carrying cabin on board Transavia airplanes. They force Karens to sit in the cockpit or in the fuselage together with the plebs. A380 has been assigned to center, as expected. Unfortunately, but not unsurprisingly.
Mag ik iets vragen?
Jazeker.
Mogen wij een foto maken?
Natuurlijk mag dat. Jullie willen een foto? Dat is geen probleem. Het is volgens mij ook even rustig nu, hè? Dus dat is een goed moment.
Ja, daarom.
Ja, slim getimed. Gaan we één voor één met elkaar op de foto? Dat jij een foto, of gaan we ook nog kijken of we een groepsfoto...
Ik denk ik op het recht.
Willen jullie...
Doe maar een foto gewoon normaal, dat is handiger.
Even kijken.
Doe maar liggend, ik vind het papa en mama fijner met te filmen.
Is die gelukt?
Ja, ik denk het wel.
Even kijken. Als die niet goed is, dan moet die over, hè?
Oh, mijn haren zitten ook lekker.
Maar er staat wind, hè? Dan mag het. Dan mag je haar ook lekker zitten.
Ja, oké, Ted.
Is die goed?
Ja, die is goed.
Mooi.
Ja.
Jij ook nog op de foto?
Ja, die moet wel goed.
Eventjes wachten tot de brommer, ja. Moeten we ook nog iets van een selfie doen? Dat een van jullie de camera op selfie stand zet, dat we met z'n drieën ook nog op de foto gaan?
Ja, ik denk het wel.
Dat is ook wel leuk, denk ik, hè? Even kijken hoe we dat doen. Met de camera op de achtergrond, of?
Ja. Oké.
Even kijken hoe we dat dan gaan doen.
Ja,
Ga ik in het midden?
Ja, ik denk dat het wel handig is.
Kom jij eraan?
Eraan zetten.
Gaan we dat redden zo? Of moet ik hem even op afstand houden?
Volgens mij kan hem ook nog.
Je kan hem ook misschien... Ja, je kan hem ook nog wat wijder zetten.
Ja.
Als je op die twee kopjes drukt, dan is die wat wijder. Dan
Ja, dat was hij al.
Oh, dat is die al. Mooi. Ja. Gaan we erop passen? Ga ik gewoon een beetje bukken?
Oh, 10 seconden.
10 seconden wachten. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ja.
Is die gelukt? Wel even goed checken, hè? Anders moeten we hem overdoen. Ja? Top.
Oké.
Hey, leuk jongens. Willen jullie ook nog een sticker? Nu we toch even bezig zijn. Ik geloof dat het mijn laatste zijn. De nieuwe die zijn in aankomst. Dus jullie krijgen dan van mij de laatste 2 stickers die ik mee heb. De volgende keer als er mensen komen, dan heb ik weer nieuwe stickers.
Oké. Dankjewel.
Hey, graag gedaan jongens. Fijne dag nog. Doei doei. Alright, back to work. Next up, Transavia flight 6004, which is returning from Porto in Portugal. 2 hours and 9 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Charlie. The plane is brand new, according to Flight Radar. That means it's less than a year old. First flight December 2024. There's a TUI 737 arriving parallel to it, to the center runway, arriving from Ohrid, which sounds Ohrid, but it isn't. It's actually a very nice place in, what was it again? It's at the tip of my tongue. Albania, I think, right? Christopher says, my son watches this channel all the time. He just turned 3. Can you say hi to Milo? Milo, good afternoon. And congratulations. 3 years old already. Hope you and Dad are having fun watching the channel. And make sure you come over to say hi if you are ever in the Netherlands. This is Transavia and the go to sky arriving from Orid. Is over there. Alrighty. The A380 in Dutch airspace, having been assigned to the wrong runway. And where is KLM flight 1006? It's traversing the Gulf of Yorkshire. I can see it already when I zoom out a little. Yeah, that's an interesting observation you made there, Paul. I'm wondering which will land first. For now, it is back to the narrow bodies. Hope you guys enjoy them, because if not, this might be a good moment to make a fresh cup of coffee or grab a cup of tea or something. There's an Embraer 190, KLM flight 1420 arriving from Nantes here on the right, and on the left you can see KLM flight 1932 arriving from Geneva. That is a 737-800. Air France op, flying on behalf of KLM. So it's not just Britty Hopper, it's not just German Airways. Now also Air France op is being used to service destinations on behalf of KLM. Adrian mentions that there is an A380 passing by overhead a bit to the north. Probably right in the area where we have some high cirrus clouds, where it is right very dense. Right now I am looking, but I'm not seeing anything. Also no contrails actually, which is interesting. You'd think an A380 at cruising altitude would produce a significant contrail, but it doesn't look like we are able to see it just yet. KLM 737-800 without a cabin cabin arriving from Geneva in Switzerland. Flight 1932. It is so funny to see that even over here further to the north it is teeming with people by now. You can see so many people over there south of the excrement pipes. And also still in that 100 meters or so over here. It's probably teeming with people at the parking lot as well. And of course further to the north, even more people. Though it is thinning out the more north you get, obviously. Over Alkmaar, Wolfgang says, well, still not able to see any contrails. It seems not to be producing a contrail right now. And if it is producing a contrail, it is being obscured by the cirrus clouds that are in that part of the sky. And also looking to the west where the wind is blowing from, it seems like we're not going to have crystal clear blue skies, but some high clouds here and there. Anyway. Next up, EasyJet flight 22163 arrived from Persenchester. A320neo. Next airplane arriving here shall be Air France flight 1740, another Bombardier C-Series 300 arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle. the meantime, the birth control also passed by here not too long ago. It is driving a bit further south as we speak. Is it still K1? It is still K1. That's interesting. I think it has been K1 all the while here. And Paul informing us that KLM flight 1006 is now 5 minutes after the A380. Well, either way, it's pretty much neck and neck. The A380 in the meantime in Dutch airspace, descending at 7,000 feet at Lelystad right now. So this is Air France flight 1740 here in the foreground, arriving from Paris, 44 minutes on the way. The Verhuzuk, that's Foxtrot Hotel Zulu Uniform Golf. Flight time 44 minutes, nominal, 3-year-old airplane, first flight February 2022. The airplane that you see behind it is a Transavia A321neo, and in between, flying parallel to them to the center runway, is also an A321neo from Transavia. And René is also turning onto the N205 from the A9 highway. Means that he and his truck are driving somewhere over there, and pretty soon we are going to hear him honk again. We'll still be here then, René, so looking forward to hearing you. It's interesting to see that KLM flight 926, which is returning from Eden, is going to the center runway. Wonder why that is. Well, I'm also looking to my left to see if I can see any trucks approaching already. René does not seem to be approaching just yet. But we should be able to hear him. It's a yellow and blue truck. Ah, okay. Well, right now the only thing yellow that I can see is an ambulance. Well, it was an ambulance. A yellow and blue truck. Two trucks, one from PostNL and one that is blue. Not yet yellow blue. Is that it? I think it might be. Yeah. There he is, René. And we can hear him again. We can see you and hear you quite well. The people driving over there must be thinking, what on earth is happening there? Why is that truck driver honking so randomly? If only they knew. If only they knew. Effing A. Yeah, and for the time being, traffic to the center runway, although the first airplane to the Polderbaan is now turning in again. Number 175 arriving from Stavanger, which I'm not sure we are able to see already. The A380 is approaching. The A380 is flying over Markermeer still, but is approaching Volendam On paper, we should be able to see it, but let's see what altitude it is flying on. It's just below 4,000 feet. Lene was even audible all the way down under to New Zealand, Maria says. Job well done there, Lene. In the meantime, I am eyeing the part of the sky where the scale of chimney smoke is, because on paper that's where the A380 should be flying somewhere. As big as it is, with the clouds being where they are, I don't think we are able to see it until it is closer by, maybe even on final. Although I recall that we were able to see the Saudia already, relatively early, but yeah, I'm still looking. It's now in the vicinity of Permanent, so that should be in the vicinity of the scale of chimney smoke. The fact that we are standing a couple of 100 meters further to the north should not make such a big difference. I think I see something, but it's really hard to see. Let's see, where are the sugar factory thingies? Let me see. Let me catch it when it is in the vicinity of the sugar factory. If I can still see it. I was seeing something a moment ago. Yeah, now there's something flying. Is that it? That is it, isn't it? Yep, it is it. That's the A380. Just left of the sugar factory now. Coming this way. Hard to see, visibility suboptimal. But there it is. Emirates Flight 147 arrival from Dubai. Flying base. Approaching the glide slope of center and turning in now. If you guys could also keep me posted with hashtag AMS Live in the live chat when KLM Flight 1006 is turning base or final, because I am keeping the full focus now on the A380. But you need to use AMS Live so that it pops up red in my chat, because my focus is now on not losing the A380. Contrast is poor, and if I lose it, I might not find it again until it gets really close by. Don't want to lose it. Right, the A380 has turned final and is now approaching the glide slope of the center runway. Gear is still extended, but not for much longer. With good visibility, you can see the hatches open up before the main gear deploys. Depending on where they do that, we might be able to see that as well. Thanks, Wolfgang. Flying base, 6 minutes out, so if it is flying base and this one is already on final, I am assuming we are going to have time to film the arrival of the A380 first, then focus on KLM Flight 1006, right? Yep, gear is extending. You can see it right now. Outer gear first. Then out comes the inner main gear, and the hatches will close again. Yep, those are the hatches closing. In the meantime, I see a big green thing to the right in my peripheral vision, and looking over I can see that Reticent Wife, aka Simi, just now went ahead, gifted 10 memberships. Why are you doing that, Simi? I should be paying you for all that you are doing with the custom emoji work, and you are gifting 10 memberships. That is the world, that's the world upside down. Simi, thank you so much for your extreme generosity. That you really did not have to do, not you. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. If you are one of the recipients of Reticent Wife's gifted membership, don't forget to thank her. Enjoy the custom emojis that will be at your disposal for a month as of today. Have fun with the custom emojis. Use them if you're watching now. Use them right now. There's quite a few you can use already for the approach of this particular airplane. Simi, thank you so much for your extreme generosity. You did not have to do that. Hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will say thank you. Welcome to the Skylines new members. And Reticent Wife, Simi, thank you so much. That is so sweet. You really didn't have to do that. Now, Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai has been flying for 6 hours and 34 minutes. That's the nominal flight duration. At this stage, 6.5 hours is nominal. So 4 minutes more or less. That is normal. It's the Alpha 6 Echo Uniform Alpha. We're not even in the top 10 of Flight Radar. What? How can that be? The airplane is 9 years old, first flight January 2016. Here in the foreground, A737 just now landed. KLM flight 1138, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. It looks like we'll also get a nice 777-300ER arriving from Sao Paulo next here on the Polderbaan. And is that KLM flight 1006 behind it? Yep, it is. Miss Wolf's son-in-law on board the now number 2 to the Polderbaan. Emirates A380 here a bit closer up. Going bonkers with 400 times digital zoom would give you this. Now if all is well, maybe we will hear the reversers being applied. Although the wind is blowing west to east and is blowing the sounds away from us, we often are still able to pick it up. With delay, of course. I think I can hear it. Yeah, it is audible, but you need to listen closely. No time to waste, gotta move with haste. This is a 777-300ER arriving from Sao Paulo. More wheelies, what the fudge? It is one of those days. And the longest wheelies today have been by the pilots of Widebodies, interestingly. Now the Qatar 777 to Doha is flying on the glide slope to the wrong runway. So I think I'm going to wrap up after the next arrival has landed. KLM flight 1006 with on board Miss Wolf's son-in-law. Returning from London Heathrow. London, you know.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
It's an A321neo. It's the FEX Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Echo. Faxy lady, 42 minutes on the way. Nominal flight duration for London Amsterdam, that's usually 40 to 45 minutes. This airplane began its career as a professional airplane in March this year. So it's still a baby, actually. And should probably smell pretty new still as well. Unless a lot of babies have been on board who threw up. far as I could see, no shining lights. But that's okay. Right. With Miss Wolf's son-in-law having landed here safely in Amsterdam, I am going to wrap up now. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did like what you saw and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like and maybe subscribing to the channel if you want to help us for free reach a wider audience. Thank you so much for joining. A massive big thank for the support, for all the likes, for the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships, and those who became a member themselves. Thanks for any merch shop purchases that may have transpired in the meantime. And also big thank you for all the PayPal donations that I often regularly receive. You guys are the best and what makes this channel so great. Also a big thank you once again to all the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. If all is well, another live stream tomorrow. Maybe the Kaagbaan, it depends on the wind and on incoming traffic. I know I will be out again tomorrow and on Sunday too. Hope to see you then. Take care, see you soon. Bye for now, guys.